How come I got the big screen?
Giuseppe. Oh. All right. We can get started. Staff, we okay? Oh, okay. Oh, that's fine. All right, good afternoon, everybody. In accordance with Section 45 and 53 of the Planning Act, as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. We acknowledge the land we're meeting on is a traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry, and when your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called on to speak. Those participating by video appearance will temporarily be upgraded to panelist when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, the video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with a written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect that instruction. People attending in person who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending in notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where there is an application that is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5-minute mark. Any presentations or other material you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Again, please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then, individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation, and when all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent will have the opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by other speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for decision. All right, before we get to the first item, I will ask if there's any declarations of interest of panel or staff for the afternoon time slots. Yes, Mr. Mazziari?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a conflict with two applications actually in the afternoon, so it's item number 14 and item number 19.
Okay, and your reason for the conflict?
Item number 14, I know the agent, and item number 19, I know the owners as noted on the public notice, although it's been sold to another owner, but still.
All right, so when we get to those items, we'll ask you to step out
Yes.
for the hearing. Thank you. No other conflicts? All right, very good. Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there any deferral requests in the?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have no indication of any deferrals at this moment.
All right, thank you very much. All right, Mr. Mazziari, we're going to ask you to step out. All right, just give me one moment. Open up our 2 p.m. package here. There we go. All right, starting with item number 14, 115 Cheltenham Avenue. The purpose of the application is to construct a new dwelling. This application was previously deferred on October 24th, 2024. We've got a few variances: front and rear main wall height, building length, east and west side yard setback, platform area, front stair width, and building depth. On file material from the applicant, memo from Urban Forestry, letter of concern from Councillor Lynn recommending deferral, conditional letters of support from 122, 112, 111 Cheltenham, letters of objection, letter of objection from 115 Cheltenham and 124 Rochester Avenue. We also have previous material on file from the fall, as well as a late report from community planning. All right, we have the agent or applicant with us.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Ida Evangelista, on behalf of the owners of 115 Cheltenham.
All right. Your address?
53 Bentworth Avenue, Toronto.
Thank you, and welcome back, Miss Evangelista.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. I am going to ask for a presentation from you.
Yes, most definitely, because I would like to, there have been changes, and I believe you received the modified variance list and the revised drawings. I'll go through the variances first, just to confirm that you have everything in front of you.
Yes.
Because not only did we work with planning, but we also feverishly and wholeheartedly worked with the area residents of Cheltenham.
Great, that's
And
always
we've
good to
made
hear.
we made many modifications. We are now on revision 12, so that will tell you something.
All right.
So variance number 1, we reduced our main wall height to 8.28.
Okay.
Variance number 2 remains. Variance number 3 remains. Variance number 4 is a setback of 6'8". It remains. Variance number 5 has been removed. Variance number 6 and 7 remain.
All right, thank you for that.
Okay.
Staff, we'll get the 5 minutes up. Give Ms. Evangelista a chance to present for us.
Okay. So as we all know, we've also worked quite closely with forestry. There is a 173 centimeter in diameter white oak at the front of this house. So because of this white oak, what we've done is initially the driveway garage was on the east side and we flipped it to the west side to preserve that white oak. We met with forestry on site on how we could address this situation so that, we would not affect and try to preserve and work feverishly to preserve this tree. And that is why we've had to push the house back a little bit. And that's what triggers our depth, because the measurement of the depth is being measured from the required front yard setback. But because of this tree and the root system and having a third-party arborist on site, we've had to push the house back. We are also, we have worked with the area neighbors. And just to give you an indication on the changes that have been made, which, typically style of home doesn't usually fall in the category of changing for the neighbors. But in this particular instance, the owners want to put their best foot forward to be a part of this neighborhood. So we have changed the facade of the house, the front elevation. That's why we brought down the main wall height. We flipped the driveway to the other side to preserve the oak tree. We also, in the rear, because I did see the letters from 124 Rochester, that they too are concerned about the canopy. And I would like to state, we have gone through, everything possible to keep all the trees on this property. We recognize these trees are quite old, and the owners want to preserve the canopy of the neighborhood. They're doing everything in their power to do so. So to reassure 124 Rochester, who is behind, there is also a tree in the back. I believe it's a maple, and that tree is also remaining. And so that we don't affect the root system of that tree, we've also moved the walkout from the east side to the west side. So let's talk about the variances a little bit. So we do have a west side yard setback of 0.68. This west side yard setback of 0.68 is strictly only for the garage portion. Just to allow, again, we have to, the tree basically is dictating the whole front design of this home. So we've had to move the driveway over substantially because they do want to have that 2-car garage, and especially, in today's society, everybody wants to now put their cars in their garage. And to preserve that tree, we've moved it over. But it is, again, strictly only the garage portion. Right behind the garage, it does open up to 1.22, and then further back, it is 1.83. So the stair, we do have a variance for the stairs. It's just the bottom 2 stairs, which are a little bit wider, so that when you are walking on grade, you have a small platform, and then you're into the stairs of the house. We do not have an overall height variance for this particular home. I do and have spoken to the counselor's office this morning because I know you do have that letter. And in speaking to the neighbors once again this morning, and you'll see that we have letters of support from 36, 111, 112, 113, 116, 118, 122, Cheltenham. They're all in support of the changes that we've made. We've also gone on record to say of, the type of stone that will be used, the type of windows that will be used. And they've also contacted the counselor to let her know that we have worked together and that everybody is now in a position to support the application as it is in front of you. So the application as it is in front of you, I believe it does meet the four tests and it is in keeping with the purpose and intent of the OP and ZBL.
All right.
I made it.
All right, thank you. Yeah, right on time. All right, do we have any questions right now? Yes, Mr. Nipville?
Very briefly, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you clarify the original site plan we have, and I think you did mention this, the walkout and the deck has been moved from the east side to the west side. Is that correct, to save that larger tree?
Yeah.
Yes, that is correct.
How high up is that deck? And have you discussed whether it needs to be screened for the people that live next door, which I believe is 113?
So if we refer to the rear elevation, it is the main floor decks at ground level. We do have a 4 square meter balcony on the second floor because there is a canopy over the deck. And that's why we've removed, because we do know that the initial variance for the platform was 11 square meters, and that's why we've removed it and we now comply.
So the one on the west side is basically the walkout from the basement, is that correct?
That's correct, and that was where that was going to infringe on the root system, and that's why we moved it over.
Okay, nice change, thank you.
Yeah, I would agree. Mr. Bartolo?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I note in the staff report here, it says that variance number 7 was agreed upon to be reduced to 19.3 meters, but I don't, that wasn't reflected in the changes that you announced at the beginning, was it?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there was a subsequent email from Kiana, the planner, that states that they acknowledge that 20.64 variance number 7 has to remain because it is from the required front yard setback, and they are in agreement with that. And I believe they shared that memorandum with Simon, and it's up on the screen right now.
Yeah, this was a very kind of late correspondence that came in. Staff have that up on the screen now.
Perfect. That
Yes.
answers that. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I note that in the revised list of variances in the package that you were provided, there's a notation for variance 4 that says the 0.68 is for the garage portion only. If I can have the main floor plans put up, the reason why I point this out is, one, if the agent can elaborate on that, and second, you'll notice that it's staggered.
What do you mean by what does he mean by staggered? Yeah. I see, yeah.
Yeah, you'll see that. Oh,
But it's still, it's a improved variance for the stairway and then complies at the rear. Yeah.
Correct.
We'll just, Ms. Evangelista, if you could just provide a little bit of clarification so we're all on the same page with respect to the comment that was made for the side yard setback.
This one, well, we'll put it up. It's got to come down. Right there. Oh, up.
Up.
So
Right.
you'll notice there's a 0.68, but you also notice that it's
Yes.
staggered as well.
Okay.
So
So not
if-
necessarily
by
for the garage
staggered?
portion only, it's
Right,
actually for,
if you were to add the garage portion only, it's presumed that everything behind it complies.
right.
It does not.
Yeah. Ms. Evangelista, any comment towards that?
So I believe then, through you, Mr. Chair, and to Simon, I believe at this point what we should do perhaps is just leave the wording proposed west side yard setback is 0.68 and tie the site plan to the
We do
decision.
that anyways. Okay, thank you for
Because
that
that would
clarification.
then clarify.
That would suffice. Yeah. Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions at this time? All right, we've got some speakers that came down in person today.
Well, I just have a question.
Uh,
'Cause I just,
Of course,
maybe I
Mr.
missed
Schwartz.
this on variance number 7. The staff report recommended modification. Has that taken place? Did I miss that? What happened to?
Yeah.
It did? You've agreed to the modification?
No.
recommended? You didn't?
I think there was some clarification of very late correspondence that came in where planning is in support.
Okay,
But they-
so
they've
planning
noted
changed
that
their
they-
mind about that?
They did,
Okay,
yeah.
got it. Thanks.
I believe that.
We did put it back up, and that was Mr. Bartolo's question originally. We can put that email back up for Mr. Schwartz if you'd like to see it. Yeah, it's right, so it's on it was very late, but it was a clarification from the city planner, and it's right behind you.
All right. All right. We have some other speakers for this item.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we unmuted Ms. Green.
Oh, sorry, are you looking for Dr. Green?
Dr. Green, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Can you please let us know your address for the record?
Yes. I'm at 124 Rochester Avenue. And I do want to point out that my comments, I have not seen some of the updated plans that have just been presented. And at 124 Rochester, we were not part of the consultation process with the neighbors. So we were not consulted, and my comments do relate to the plans that were available to us from the AIC website.
All right.
So to begin, I am objecting to variances 2 and 7, the length and the depth of the proposed new dwelling on the grounds that they do not meet the 4 tests of the Planning Act. And if these variances are approved, 3 healthy bylaw protected trees will potentially be removed or injured. This is in direct opposition to the stated intent of Toronto's official plan as it relates to both the environment and neighborhoods. Allowing these variances does not protect the existing trees and will reduce the growing space for replacement trees. The impact extends beyond the applicant's property and affects the broader public interest and is therefore not desirable and is not minor. The official plan is explicit that the preservation of existing mature trees is a priority, and it recommends their incorporation into the development site where possible, and that tree planting should be promoted. And these are not just my comments, but rather are based on professional reports and hard evidence, which are cited in my submission to the committee. The city's chief planner is on record emphasizing that the greatest opportunities to expand the tree canopy are on private land, and that protecting existing trees and growing space on private property are critical to complying with the plan and meeting the city's tree canopy targets. However, this application is requesting variances for length and depth which will do directly the opposite. They will significantly reduce the growing space for planting trees, and this is admitted in the applicant's arborist report of December 2024, and will remove or injure existing trees. In other words, it's in conflict with, and it undermines the city's objectives and the intent of the plan. So I am therefore requesting that the Committee of Adjustment be proactive and respect the official plan and uphold the City Council's stated goals by denying the requested variances related to length and depth. Thank you. My husband, Norris Woodruff, will continue in the remaining time with his presentation on a different issue.
Okay, thank you,
Thank you
Dr.
again.
Green. Mr. Woodruff?
Yes, I want to speak on a different variance, number 5.
Of course, just for the record, your address?
So my name's Norris Woodruff, and I live at 124 Rochester Avenue, the house directly behind 115 Cheltenham.
All right.
And our rear yards are adjacent at the back, and we're the neighbor most affected by the elevated rear platform, which I'm going to speak to.
Okay.
So can I ask the staff to bring up page 4 of figure 2 of my filing, please? And I'll refer to that shortly. So I was about to file a submission for this meeting using the latest applicant drawing plans files on December the 9th that would give evidence to show that the proposed second-story platform of 11 meters squared requiring variance 5 didn't meet the 2 tests of the Planning Act. However, 7 support letters appeared in the AIC a couple of days before the submission deadline, and apparently a group of 7 neighbors on Cheltenham had signed an identical form letters sent to the applicant's agent that agreed to support new drawings and a modified variance list with conditions requested by the applicant. And one of these support letters happened to include referenced a modified variance list and 11 new drawings stamped by an engineer named Gubani, whereas the only drawings filed by the applicant in the AIC available to the public right up until closing of the submission deadline were anonymous and undated. I noticed in these drawings that the ones that the support letter had, extensive changes have been made, especially to the front and the back of the building. And then on viewing these attachments for the first time, 2 days before the deadline to file submissions for the hearing, I realized that the applicant was claiming there was no longer a variance for variance 5, the platform size. But in fact, the platform still is 11.1 meters squared, and that's what I want to explain with the drawing, if you can bring it up. It's on page 4 of my submission. If you skip on down, and it'll be at the top of the page. I want to show you a drawing here, that drawing there. That's an enlargement from drawing AOC 06, number 6, which is the elevation plan there of the second floor. And the outline in red is these new revised drawings that the applicant has filed, and it's the platform. And the platform dimensions on that drawing, the ones they've refiled recently, are the same as they were before, and the area is 11.1 meters squared. So what they've done is only the safety railing has been reduced in size to enclose an area of 4 squared meters to support their incorrect claim, which is handwritten on the requested variance list, which is the original list, but it's done in handwritten, to say that there's no longer a variance. But bylaw 10204051 only refers to the platform size. The details of the railing attached to the platform are governed by building code specifications and are irrelevant for variance decisions. So reducing the enclosed railing does not change the platform variance as claimed.
Okay, final words?
So what I want to say is what they need to do is redo it so that the platform and the railing are only occupying 4 squared meters. And I'd like to close to the COA process, review process, by observing that the filing has to be fair and transparent to all the parties. Rachel Lynn, Councillor Lynn, in her letter to the committee, requested the application be deferred due to late changes that were posted variances, and new drawings dated 25th of January were shared privately by the applicant with some of the neighbors on Cheltenham in time for them to file 7 identical support letters in exchange for change concessions. However, these new drawings were not posted to the AIC by the applicant until just before the filing deadline, January 30th.
Okay.
And so that intentional delay disadvantages others who might want to object in giving them insufficient time to prepare a presentation.
We're going to have to cut you there.
Well, so what I'd
we have
ask
some
is you
questions for
support
you.
that the councillors move to defer this.
Yeah, fair enough. No, your point is well made.
Okay, thank you.
All right. We have questions for the speaker. Mr. Swart.
This is the only speaker? Do we have others?
We have some more speakers, but before we let the speaker go, we just ask if we have any specific questions.
So I don't understand. They contacted some of the neighbors, but not you. Why weren't you contacted?
Well, that's a good question, and I think there was some sense that we might object because it affected us. This variance doesn't affect the people on Cheltenham, obviously, because they can't see the backyard. And they spent a lot of time with that group, and they shared plans that weren't public, and they weren't filed at the AIC, and these are the plans that you're being asked to submit with the
Okay,
plans.
Okay,
I found
maybe
a serious...
I just want to stop you for a second, because you raised an issue, like you're saying that your complaint is different than this other group's complaint. Is that, like?
No.
Let's just cut to the chase here, right? Let's assume for a second that if everything was done right and you got notice of this, are you still objecting, or are you just objecting to the process?
A little both. If they had actually not filed a drawing that you're asking you to approve, that still shows the variance, if they hadn't had the variance there, I wouldn't have a problem. But you're being asked to approve a drawing that does have the variance, and I don't think it's been approved by a zoning person. So
Okay,
that would concern me.
Let's say it was, right? I mean, you're here for, yeah, if I understand your objection correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're objecting to the process, which you think it was unfair and which was articulated by the council member, and you're objecting possibly to the substance of the application. This is where I'm trying to narrow into the substance, right? What exactly do you object to on the substance? Maybe in just one sentence so I can understand it very easily.
Well, I can answer your question, because the way to fix this, what the drawing should show, if you could scroll down the page, there's another figure. What should happen is the platform and the railing should be, could I ask the staff to scroll this drawing down? Just bring it up, yeah. So the outline in red is how it should be drawn, and if that's what you were approving and being asked to submit to the building permit, then that would be correct, and I wouldn't object to that because they have a right to do that. But that's not what you're being asked to approve. You're being asked to approve the one at the top that still shows a platform, and I'm here to point that out
So you don't
because
like the
nobody else has.
Basically, you don't like you don't like the process, but you also don't like the platform. But that's it.
No, I'm not objecting to the platform. It's just that they're asking for something. They're claiming there's no variance there when I think there is.
Oh, okay. I don't know. All right.
People to provide some clarification in the
Pardon?
committee.
Yes, sir.
To provide some more
Okay.
clarification.
You might be able to?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's my question. I just wanted to narrow into.
And you're right, there are two issues. The other one is I feel that they've been playing a bit loose with the rules in the way they file it.
Mr. Chair,
They-
if this is
they-
evidence, the speaker's time is up.
All right. All right. Are there any more questions?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Nitfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you clarify, the drawing that's on the screen now is, you submitted this with your material?
It is all it is an enlargement of the drawings that they filed on the 30th, that the drawings are before you, and I've put a red
Okay.
box around it, and that's it. I haven't modified
Okay,
these in
and-
any
and I
way.
understand your concern with the drawing that's on the screen. The drawings that we have in our package are different.
Well,
The floor plan doesn't look the same, and I'm just trying to figure out where the drawing that's a ground floor plan, is it?
this is the second floor, upper second floor, they call it, plan.
Okay, I've got this drawing though.
I think perhaps we can clarify this when we go back to the applicant, just to ensure that we're looking at the
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to
correct
figure out.
drawing.
I've got it, that's what's under.
It should
plans.
be AO6, I think it is. Let me grab my...
Yeah, so oh, there it is. Okay, it was gone and it's gone. Okay, it's on the second floor. Now, you indicated that only a portion of that balcony is fenced.
Correct. It appears they have said If we reduce the railing and put a note in the drawing, you'll see it's called inaccessible area, that satisfies that there's no variance.
You've reduced the
Except the bylaw only refers to the platform, not the railing.
Drawing. I
The
saw that
updated
one.
drawing. Yeah, I'm going to ask the applicant
I
for the
reviewed it.
revised drawing.
I reviewed it at home, but I can't find it in here. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, the drawing I'm referring to is the ones they filed with the engineering stamp on page 6, not the ones originally filed right up until the third. They filed them on the 30th. Up until that point, you were looking at December 9th drawings from 24. So if,
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Chair, we just have one more caller online too as well.
Oh, okay. I did see it. Yeah, thanks. Thank you.
All right. Okay, thank you, sir.
thank you.
All right, we have another speaker. Ms. Stewart, are you with us?
Too, I'm concerned about the back.
Yep, before we get to your
balcony.
concerns, let's just get your name and address for the record, please.
Okay, I'm Kim Stewart, 111 Cheltenham Avenue. I'm 2 up from the 115 Cheltenham.
All right, and your concerns?
Well, 2, I want to see the front facing of the house, but I also I did listen about the 4 meters and the agreement that I understand from my neighbors is that the entire balcony on the back was supposed to be 4 meters, not 4 square meters. There wasn't supposed to be an additional platform. There wasn't supposed to be anything. The jutting out part was supposed to be 4 meters. And if that's the case, that's what we've agreed to. But the other issue is if it's not the case, that's not what we've agreed to. And there has to be, and the balcony is quite high because of the way that they built the house. So it will interfere. And maybe someone had mentioned at the beginning a screen. That might be good. So those are my concerns. I'd like to see the front of the house, the design of the windows. But I also want clarification on the 4 square meters, that's the entire construction on the back. I didn't really understand, because I don't really understand about building. I don't really didn't understand about the part that was accessible versus not accessible. My agreement was that it was going to be 4 square meters, period.
All right, well, I am gonna go back to the agent. I'm gonna ask for some clarification. I understand what's going on, and hopefully I might be able to provide some clarification as well after we go into committee. Any other concerns?
No, just
Okay.
I'd like to see the front, the front elevation with the windows.
And
No, that's not. That's the old one.
I presume there is an elevation drawing that's,
It's the same problem I was having. It's under ARC. It's ARC 08.
okay.
There's so many versions, it's hard to,
This is definitely not what the street agreed to.
okay, there is another one.
Well, no, what you're
Look at
showing me.
ARC 08. You see it under sheets? Yeah, it doesn't have the arches at the top.
Yep,
Yeah.
okay, very good. Okay, any questions?
Well, I still haven't seen the front elevation with the windows, so that's my question. Where is it? Please.
We'll get that clarified. We do have, our agent is listening, and I am going to provide her an opportunity to respond to some of the concerns that were raised. To my colleagues, if there's no further questions, we will turn it back to Ms. Evangelista.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Some of the neighbors are being quite misleading, which I find quite perplexing. So from what I understand, and Ms. Stewart is online and she can be asked, because I do know and I was told that Rochester was part of the conversation, and the reason why I reduced the balcony to 4 square meters and removed that variance was to satisfy the neighbors behind. that was the reason why. Now, when you are standing on the deck, you have a little overhang above you, okay? When you're on the main floor, you have an overhang, just, to protect you from the elements. On that overhang above is the balcony of 4 square meters. It's not the entire overhang. Now, we also have to trust the judgment of the inspectors and the City of Toronto workers when they come, because if it's not built, and I started off right from the very beginning that we could tie the site plan to the decision. And on that site plan, it does show that that balcony is 4 square meters. So I'm somewhat perplexed of these comments and how misleading that they are being to the members, because I worked quite hard and very diligently with everyone for a week and a half to get and to perfect the application to be suitable to what the neighbors wanted. And now at the 11th hour, and I'm hearing these things because everybody was privileged to seeing these drawings. So the balcony is 4 square meters. It complies. Therefore, there is no variance.
All right. I think there was also some comment with respect to the variances for the building depth and length, in concern that it may facilitate the removal of some trees. In your submission earlier, I heard the opposite, that in fact, the reason for the variance is to allow the house to be set back a little bit further in order to maintain those trees. So I don't know if you could provide any comment to that or any clarification there.
Yeah.
All right.
Mr. Chair, in our last meeting, Forestry wrote a report stating and discussing the tree that's out front, right? That they did not want that tree removed. They have not written a report this time. Have they? They have not. They are in complete compliance. We have provided them revised arborist reports. They are in support of. We are keeping every single tree on this property. We are maintaining the canopy of this property. I believe some of the neighbors initially were a little bit worried because the tree out front it needed severe maintenance, and one of the branches had fallen on the roof and put a hole in the roof. So that branch had to be cut. We received permission from Forestry. They have worked with us very closely. They've come to the property several times to investigate and to guide us on what can and cannot be done. I believe we've proved ourselves to working with Forestry to keep the trees. So the revised arborist reports have all been provided. No tree is being removed. The canopy in the rear will remain, and also in the front, other than the city tree, which I mentioned at the very beginning.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Yes, Mr. Niffel.
Ms. Evangelista, you indicated that the 4 square meter deck is indicated, the size of the deck is indicated on the site plan. I don't see that. Did you mean on the second floor plan? Because it is clearly articulated there.
My apologies, through you, Mr. Chair. It's much more clear on the floor plan.
Okay, it's not on the site plan though, is it? Because that's the drawing that the person that was in opposition was talking about.
Right. It was on the previous site plan.
Okay, so though, just to clarify, because there's so many versions of the drawings. The site plan that I have on my screen right now it's called in our sheets ARC 02, and it doesn't have it on, but the second floor plan indicates that the portion of the platform that would be surrounded by a railing is 4 square meters. Is that correct?
That is correct. So if we would like to tie the second floor plan and the site plan, I would be amenable to that.
And then the second question had to do with the side yard setback on the, I guess it's on the west side. You had
Correct.
indicated in your original proposal, your original presentation, that the minimal setback only applied to the section with the garage, but in fact, there's a minimal setback for the garage, there's a minimal setback for the stairway, and then the larger setback. It's not as clear on the site plan, I would argue, as it is on the floor plan, Mr. Where is it? That the Secretary Treasurer had on the plan when he was questioning this, which is on the main floor plan. It shows on that particular plan, I think, probably better. Would you agree with that?
The main floor plan,
Yeah, it's,
you can.
we're gonna have to tie it to a plan because the side yard setback changes with the configuration of the building.
Right, because the garage portion only, it does jut out. And then the second floor above the garage has the side yard setback of 1.22 meters. That's why I was trying to clarify with the neighbors, just saying that that 0.68 was strictly for the garage. But I think the best way to approach this is just to, keeping everybody honest here, for that, just to satisfy that variance number 4, if we do tie, because the site plan does show 0.68 at the northwest, and then midpoint west shows 1.22. And then at the rear, it shows 183, I believe. 183, yes. So if we take the site plan and we
Okay.
take the second floor plan for the balcony, right? Or unless you want to just tie.
Mr. Chair, just to
plan.
clarify, there's 2 second floor plans. There's an upper and there's a lower.
Lower and upper.
I don't,
It would
it's no
be,
variance. So what are we tying?
it would be ARC 06.
Oh, on the site plan, yeah. Well, if it's clear.
It also shows on,
Yeah, it is. It's okay.
Yeah, so 06 shows, in addition to the 4 square meters, it also shows the setback for the building.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the site plan shows the setback of the garage portion.
Yeah.
So you'd likely have to tie it to a number of plans to get the message across.
so would you want to just tie it to the plans?
Why don't we let the committee members ponder that?
Yeah.
And, Ms. Vandalista, just to confirm, the latest the latest site plan we're looking at stated Jan 25, 2025, is that correct?
Jan 25, 2025, and there is an engineer's stamp on it, by the way.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay. Any other questions?
okay, because,
I got some
sorry.
questions.
Yeah,
sorry,
Mr. Schwartz.
Mr. Chair.
I'm just all confused.
Yeah,
I mean, first of all, for the applicant, I know you've worked with the residents, you've made a number of changes, and that's all good, and thank you for doing that. You made some comments about the residents, coming as a surprise to you. I mean, I'm not saying you've got a bad application here, I'm just saying I don't really understand it. Maybe I'm just not as well versed in this as my fellow other committee members are, but I don't even see, where is this January 25th? Do I have it? Where is it?
It's because it changes, look here.
It's on the screen, but is it in our pack? Is it on the website for this?
It
The site plan.
yeah, yeah.
Second is an older.
Well, I've been looking at the package throughout this whole thing, and
It's not
well, I don't know. But anyway, I'm a little confused. Can we see the front elevation of that?
I don't envy the examiner.
Because I saw some other drawings that came up on that screen before that didn't look like the ones I was looking at.
Yeah, but we gotta.
Yeah, and
Okay,
and I'm
so that looks
prepared to
different.
address
I
the
can't
balcony
seem to find it in my package.
matter.
Oh, that's just a screen.
But it's different,
Yeah.
so it doesn't have the arches, it's a
setback.
completely different front elevation, okay. Like, I'm still trying to understand, like, were all the residents consulted? Like, one of the residents said they weren't consulted. We got a letter from a council.
Mr. Schwartz, I just want to remind the panel in general that there is no obligation for the applicant, although we recommend it, there is no obligation for the applicant to consult with the neighbors, although again, we do highly recommend it.
Right, well, okay, but if we're getting new drawings, new plans, then we've got a question of our process. And so at least if the applicant can come here and say, I've consulted with the resident, but there appears to be a difference of opinion of whether the resident, or at least one of the residents was consulted or not. And whose word are we supposed to take for that?
If that
Mine.
turns on your decision, Mr. Schwartz, you can highlight that, but again, the variance before you is what you are adjudicating,
Yeah, but
not whether the applicant consulted with the neighbors or not, as that is not a requirement. But again, we always recommend they do.
right, because in law, you want to show at least that there is an integrity of the process. And so when you have last minute changes and so forth, and I'm trying to give some credit to the applicant because the applicant did do some consultation, but I know the applicant raised the fact that she was surprised that the resident didn't know because she said she made changes based on consultation with that resident. So I'm just a little confused about the process. And when I see a counselor's letter which actually attacks the process, it's something that the counselor has a say in actually changing, I question, how much integrity we have in our process when we're going to make a decision based on different drawings, some of which I don't think I even saw, even though they're supposed to be here somewhere, and I've been looking at already 2 sets, and maybe there's a 3rd set. So I'm not saying I'm going to vote against it. I haven't decided, but I'm just saying that there's a lot of confusion here, and I really would have wished that there wouldn't be.
Any other questions? No. Okay, let's take this into committee. If I may just, I'd just like to provide a few comments about the rear balcony. There's no variance for it. The applicant is kind of within their right to propose what they're proposing. I will say this, however, it's pretty apparent to me that the neighbors are very aware of what their obligation is, which is to ensure that that balcony or that guard it only permits 4 meters squared. So I will say this, and I'm not accusing anybody of anything, but if this were to be constructed and that guard was to be constructed as per the plans, and then let's say moved down the road, and I will say this to the neighbors, one call to the Toronto building, they'll come out and they will get that rectified. They would not be able to construct a balcony larger than what the bylaw allows. The question kind of came up as well with respect to, why the guard encloses a 4 meter square area, but the actual platform is still larger. I did question that, but I do take the applicant's submission that the platform itself does provide a bit of a overhang to the level below. And again, that is within their right. So even without us today, that is in their right should they wish to construct that canopy. I don't know if my colleagues have any other comments. I know there was some comments. I'm certainly happy to see that there were a lot of concerns when I reviewed the application initially, but I'm really happy to see some changes made, particularly, and this addresses some of the concerns that came up with the neighbor, to the mature trees on the lot. There's a really beautiful tree in that front yard, and there's some mature trees in the back. I'd be willing to support the length and depth variances in order to allow that house to sit a little bit further back and respond. I think that's in support of our OP policies, and that our built form really needs to address the urban canopy. And I'm particularly happy to see that the basement walkout as well has been flipped. I think that was a very smart move in order to maintain that tree at the rear, which I think will also help to mitigate some of the impact on the neighbors at the rear. Any other, I don't know how my colleagues have to say. I know Mr. Schwartz, there's been a lot of changes
Yeah.
to this, and even for someone that is experienced in reviewing drawings, it's a lot to take in. So I share in your
Yeah, okay, so
frustration.
I think I found the drawings that were up on the screen in our package. But usually I don't have to look at two sets of elevations. I'm looking at one, and now I'm looking at another, and it's not clear to me which one. Now, I understood verbally that we're taking the square one instead of the arched one, right? That's
Yeah.
what we're approving. Okay.
Now, I do have to say it is, again, though, that's not before us in terms of the types of windows that they decide to install. I would hope that in discussions with the neighbors, that they would honor that in good faith.
Was that part of the site plan? Are we tying this to site plan?
Well, if we were to give an approval, I would definitely want to tie to the site plan to ensure that the side yard setback that we discussed is only for the portion of the garage, and then it's improved as we move back. And I also thank Mr. Nipfel for pointing out that we should also consider tying substantially in accordance with other plans, just given the nature of the application, just to ensure that what we see on the plans is what we get.
Like I'm a little torn here because I can see that the applicant did a lot of worked with residents, did the things.
I
they were
don't doubt
supposed
that
to.
she
Did-
bent
but-
over backwards to dress, yeah.
But still, some things fell through.
Yeah.
Apparently, because we got a resident here who doesn't think they were consulted, and I'm looking at a set of plans that, so it's not like I don't like when an applicant sort of criticizes residents, because residents are like maybe a little smarter than me, but not a whole lot. And it's hard, it's kind of confusing. That said, I'm not sure that there's anything particularly bad about this proposal, other than maybe the process wasn't, and, I've got to give some deference to the applicant because you're making a lot of changes, there's a lot of things going on.
Yeah.
Maybe some things fell through the cracks, but if our standard is perfection, then maybe nothing gets built, and that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to just do something that's fair in accordance with the Planning Act.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, I defer to my colleagues, but it's not looking to me as if there's anything really gross about this, but.
Yeah, I do acknowledge the fact that it's very frustrating.
Yeah.
You've written your letter of objection, you've
Yeah.
reviewed the application, and then you show up to committee only to find out that, there's been modifications. That said, in listening to the neighbors' concerns, the primary concern that I heard was some privacy and on-look with respect to the size of the second floor platform and the maintaining the trees. In this case, those changes that were done last minute were done to facilitate those concerns. And I feel that, that's really what we should encourage. But, the alternative is, deferring and just essentially allowing the neighbors more time to take in some of the changes that were made.
Well, I don't know. I'm going to defer.
I'm not
to
suggesting a deferral.
To you, planning and architectural experts, but, I get concerned about process. As a
Yeah.
lawyer, I get concerned about
Yeah, fair
that. And I want to make sure that we're making, an informed decision, and that, that things are followed so residents get a chance to review, make their submissions, and that we come up with a fair solution, right? But there's two sides, right? We've got an applicant who's tried to do a lot of things. The question is, did they do enough? It is the fact that a resident is here thinking that they didn't. Maybe that resident doesn't fully understand, but maybe in fairness to that resident, how could they have understood? Because there wasn't enough time, there wasn't enough information, but maybe at the end of the day, it's okay anyway. And we shouldn't just hold somebody up when they've done enough to pass the the Planning Act standards.
Yep.
We shouldn't hold them back on a technicality because we're trying to balance interests, and if somebody goes, but I didn't like the complaint against the resident that I heard, because I'm confused about the whole, what's being submitted before us. And it's not simply that they do the consultation, but that mitigates against a process, and that's why I raised that issue. But if we've got what would otherwise be in accordance with the Planning Act, I think it might do an injustice to the applicant to defer it just on a technicality.
Yeah, fair enough. Yes, Mr. Nipville.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very briefly, I understand Mr. Schwartz's concern, and his concern that the applicant shouldn't be criticizing objectors. I don't actually think that was what was intended. I think what you're seeing is some frustration. As the chairman has indicated, the application's gone through some revisions. It's gone through revisions at the request of the people that are most affected by the application, and I welcome the revisions. That necessitated filing new drawings and different drawings, and yes, that leads to some confusion. But I think the objective here was to create a project that was better than the first one that came in the door, and I think Ms. Evangelista is to be credited with having done that.
Yeah.
I do not have any difficulty approving the application that we have before us with the changes suggested by planning. My only concern would be to make sure that the wording of the side yard setback is correct. I don't think we can say anymore that the proposed west side setback is 0.68 and then say, as planning had suggested, and develop the side yard according to the site plan, because the site plan indicates that the side yard setback varies. I think the side yard setback needs to be tied to the site plan and the floor plans, because there's overhangs and there's extensions, and I don't envy the plan examiner on this one, but that's the only way I can think of doing it. That's the only concern I have, is making sure we get it right with regard to the side yard setback. I think there's been good faith on both sides of this negotiation, and I think the project's much better for it.
Yeah. I might also add, I'm happy to see that, in a large part, the neighbors' concerns really have been addressed. And
Yeah.
I think a lot of the frustration just comes, frankly, from a misunderstanding of the application as it is before us
Yeah.
today, right? Not necessarily as it was filed and circulated.
And it's new because of that discussion, so,
Yeah.
yeah.
Unless Mr. Bartolo has any comment, perhaps we can move towards a motion. Okay, very good. Would anyone like to bring forward a motion? Yes, Mr. Nitfeld,
I'll give it
please.
a try, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move approval of the application subject to forestry conditions 1 and 2. And this is the application as revised with variance number 1 at 8.28 and with variance number 5 removed. And just to clarify, with variance number 7 remaining at 20.64. And this is the part I'm concerned with. In variance number 4, to read that the west side setback is to be developed in accordance with the site plan, the main floor plan, and the second floor plan. Substantial, pardon? The upper, yes, sorry. Substantial in accordance, yeah, and the upper second floor plan. And that's just a guidance to indicate that the side yard setback changes depending on where you are in the building.
All right.
Just a question on that. Yeah, the site plan.
Floor plan, the main floor plan, because there's a difference, there's an overhang. Yeah, and I think that shows all of the jogs in the side yard.
So,
All right.
did I hear correctly? So we're tying this to the site plan,
Yes,
the entire site? Okay, that's fine.
because the setback changes
Okay.
depending on where you are.
So that, like, what about these elevations and that? That's not part of the site?
No, I don't think they're needed, to be honest.
Okay. we don't really have jurisdiction or say over the window administration, although as I said, I hope they would, work with their neighbors to find something palatable.
I think they did. I just want, I think the neighbors probably agreed to it all based on all these drawings, so I wouldn't want to see a change, but it was I kept on looking for that. I couldn't find it, and then I went to the public site to see where it was, and I don't even think it's there.
Yeah.
So, anyway, I guess I'm okay with this, right? But let's let Joe do the seconding. I'll just vote on it.
All right, Mr. Bartolo, you gonna second that? All right, all in favor?
I'm
All right, the application is approved. Okay. Let's move on. Item number 15, 51 McBain Avenue. Purpose of the application is to construct a new dwelling. We've got variances for number of stories, front yard setback, north side yard setback, rear yard setback for a platform and canopy, lot coverage, platform area, front yard landscaping, front yard soft landscaping, north and south main wall heights, and deck encroachment into a rear yard setback. On file material from the applicant, memo from Urban Forestry, email from Metrolinx, form letters of support 45, 48, 50, 52, 55, 56, and 58 McBain Avenue, and a late report from community planning. I think we also have an updated site plan for this. All right, do we have our agent with us?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Your name and address?
Yes, it's Glenn Rubinoff, Rubinoff Design Group, 2 St. Clair Avenue West, Toronto, Ontario.
Welcome back, Mr. Rubinoff.
Thank you. So yes, I can, I'm sorry,
No, of course. Yeah, I do see there are a couple things perhaps to address, so I will ask for
Yes.
a presentation from you, sir.
Yes, so we've been in touch with both forestry and community planning with regards to the staff report. Forestry requested a deferral, but we have provided them an application, a tree inventory, they're up to date on all of the plans and such submitted. They were not opposed. They just felt that they wanted us to work through it. So we prefer not to have a deferral. We'd like to work with it today. We feel that forestry, we're very close to a solution with them. So it's just something that that's something that they brought up, and I want to make sure that I address that as a condition of approval. If that comes forward, that we would be, we would be fine with that. With regards to community planning, they had some concerns with regards to some landscaping variances. The variances related to it, number 9 and number 10, we have some modifications that we've made to further improve it. And we also provided an up-to-date site plan to reflect that. So
All
for
right.
variance number 9,
Yep.
if I could talk to you on that.
Yes, please. Just pulling up the public notice here. So just please take us through the modifications.
Sure. So the only changes we have are variance number 9 and number 10.
Okay.
The 2 variances concerning planning was concerned about. And when I spoke with planning, they said just to make the changes at the hearing today, that they will be submitting a revised report as a result of the timing. So variance number 9, the proposed front yard landscaping of 34.07 has been increased to 40.8%. And variance number 10, the front yard soft landscaping of 54.6 has been increased to 67.3%. That's as a result of modifying the driveway to further narrow it and to provide more. If you look at the site plan, maybe the latest site plan, if that's something that you can post there, yeah. Obviously it's in a regular lot. You can see from every line there's only one straight line on the whole site plan, and that's on the right. There's angles. It narrows a fair bit to the front, and it was a tough call to try to work with. This is actually, is that the February 5th site plan? Can you go to the bottom, please, just to see if that's the updated. It's right at the bottom. It would be if you. Anyways, the idea is that we're trying to work with a property that's extremely challenging in terms of a very narrow frontage and a widening to the back. We have another site plan that I did submit previously, which shows a lot of color on it, and the color represents all the landscaping on the lot. Because at the back, if you go to that other site plan, the one with the green shown, it's one of our supporting documents we submit. It can illustrate a little bit about, the context of what we're doing here. I don't know if staff can find that other site plan with the green. I saw it that's just showing the landscaping. If you keep going, I'm not sure if it's revised site plan. I saw it originally when you first opened the file. Anyways, it appears, okay, well, we'll leave it there. So basically what my point, what I'm trying to get at is that the submissions that we provided were to address concerns of planning and that we have the support of the entire street, all of the neighbors. The two immediate neighbors chose not to write letters in, but they were not opposed. But all the other neighbors, that's the green one I was referring to. Just in terms of the amount of greenscape on the property in and of itself, it's primarily, there's a lot of green space. So while we're asking for some variances in front, overall on the lot, it's primarily a lot of landscaping. But I do feel that adjusting it to the 40.8% soft does give more green space and does also with the proposed permeable pavers does address the concerns of planning at this point. And I feel that it is something within 80% of the requirement, which is 50%, and we're just over 40. So the other variances, I believe, are technical in nature. A lot of them are related to the stepping back of the lot, the way in which the lot is shaped, and the rear yard setback. We did provide a map of the area which shows comparables on this street and other streets, and I feel that this application in all other respects is very much in keeping. I'll stop there because I already went over my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have some questions for you. Mr. Nipville.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you clarify, you indicated that you've changed variance number 9 to 40.8 and variance number 10 to 67.3, and that's reflected on, can you give me a drawing that shows that? Is that the one that's on screen now?
No, this one is the one we did before, but then we narrowed the driveway further. So there's a.
Okay, can you tell us if we were to because I think any approval probably needs to reference this latest site plan. Can you find it and can you give us a reference for it?
Yes. well, if the staff can pull up it was submitted yesterday, so it should be in the folder there. Can staff pull it up? It's a site plan dated February the 5th.
No, I don't think so.
That's it there, yeah, that's it there.
Okay, so
So
what
we've
date
narrowed
is
the
that?
driveway.
February the 5th?
Yes, that's the latest site plan. As you can see, we've narrowed the driveway
Yep.
from 18.5 feet to 16'8".
And that reflects the variance changes that you've made.
That's correct, yes.
And then you indicated that the other kind of elephant in the room was the forestry condition that they had asked for a deferral, but you've been having, I gather, some positive discussions with them. But there's
Yes.
still, we don't have anything from them that withdraws their deferral request. What exactly are they looking to do?
Well, there's a tree one tree in the back, which is near where the stairs are for the deck, and we're just trying to work around that. The tree is a linden in fair condition, 69 centimeters, and we're just basically trying to see what we can do, either to preserve the tree or have more discussion with them about restoration of, providing alternative replanting to deal with it. But we have had positive discussions with them, and that's why they didn't refer to it as we're opposed to it. They just simply said they want to study it more, and we're prepared to continue to work with them. We knowing as a condition that if we don't satisfy their concerns, it wouldn't be approved. So we are
So
prepared
as
to
a
take that
condition,
effort.
as a condition of approval, you wouldn't object presumably to a condition that says, working with
Yes.
forestry department on options for preserving the linden tree in the back property? And options would include, if you can't do it, you'd come up with some alternative.
Right.
Okay.
Yes,
Thanks.
yes.
Thank you. I don't know if it does. I just don't want to drop the forestry condition without some reference to it.
Mr. Chair, I would, if you're contemplating, I would just caution adding any forestry conditions that forestry has not provided in advance.
Okay, their request is deferral, and we're led to believe that deferral may not be necessary. Can you suggest an alternative? Pardon? 2, 3, and 4, and 4 is, one of them is deferral, is it not?
Urban, may I read what forestry says in the report? It says, urban forestry is not recommending denial at this time. However, we advise the applicant that an application to remove this tree may be denied by urban forestry. So we're okay with a condition of forestry to this.
It is. So just conditions 2, 3, and 4, that's what you're, yeah. Okay, yeah, no, I agree. Okay, fine. All right. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think that's fair.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rubinoff. Let's take this matter into committee.
I can kick things off there, Mr. Chair. if you
Yes,
want.
Ms. Bartolo.
Listen, I appreciate with what Mr. Rubinov has done here. I think he's a little bit of a victim of geometry on the site, and it makes some exacerbating circumstances. And normally, the percentages for landscape cover wouldn't be supportive of, like, at their numerical value, but I think in this case, in the site-specific conditions, I can get behind it. I'm not worried about the setbacks. They've just got a couple little pinch points here and there where they've done the stepping along the property lines to accommodate that.
Yeah.
So all in all, working with what he's got, I think he's done a good job to try and minimize the impact while working with an irregularly shaped lot. So I'm prepared to support the application as amended with the conditions of forestry.
Okay. I had two concerns with this application. The first concern I think we brought up with respect to what forestry mentioned with the rear yard setback. To the applicant's submission, I mean, the tree it's pretty mature, it's pretty healthy. I was actually really surprised to see the deck and stair. I thought that was an easy kind of thing to facilitate. So I have a little bit of concern with that, but I also recognize, to your point, this is a bit of a challenging lot. It isn't very deep. And I don't think the home of the massing overall is anything that doesn't fit on the court. But I would have liked to see a little bit more effort made to assure me that that tree at the rear would be preserved. The other issue I had with respect to the soft yard landscaping and the landscaping, and that's just because of the nature of the lot. I understand there's some challenges, but I think one thing that wasn't brought up is that, the applicant is proposing what looks like a two-car garage, right? And if you look at the majority of the houses on the street, there's single-car garage, right? And this lot on this court has among the narrowest, the smallest frontages, right? So my concern is if, every house were to do this, you'd eliminate most of the landscaping on the court. You just have driveways, right? We see this all the time. And I question whether or not this application it's really appropriate for a two-car driveway width. I think it was 5 out of the 7 on the court are all single garages. So, anyways, I'll put those two concerns forward. All the other variances, the building overall, I don't have any concern with. It was really just the matter of the tree at the rear and then the percentages of soft and landscaping at the front. I am happy to see that the applicant has improved both of those numbers. Mr. Marzieri?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I share the same concern about the rear tree. I think it can be easily with some adjustment to the deck and the stairs. It's not the building. I think that tree can be easily preserved. So I think with some minor modification to the deck, it can be preserved. So that's my only concern. I don't have any other concern with the variances.
Okay. Mr. Nifel? Yeah?
Is there a motion on, did you move a motion?
No.
Oh, okay, because the only other thing I was going to suggest is the planning department has also asked that we develop the side yards as per the site plan and develop the building heights as per the north and south elevations. And to the point about the double car garage, if you look at the survey, the point that Mr. Allison's making is illustrated there. The next door neighbor has a very wide driveway. And if you combine the proposed driveway with that driveway, the issue is that you basically have no front yards. It's all paving pretty well.
You're not wrong. I don't think you can hold what the neighbors have done, against what the applicant is proposing.
Fair enough, but I would question whether he needs a double car driveway. I realize it's a double car garage. I share the concerns about the width of the driveway not being necessary. Because to Mr. Allison's point, and I agree, the number of cul-de-sacs in this city where there is a cul-de-sac and roadway and then you go beyond curb and it's nothing but driveways is legion. And I would hate to see this continue that approach. So I'm just indicating I share that concern.
I understand what you're saying, and there's no variance here for the width of the driveway or the driveway in general. It's only triggering, the width of the driveway in theory is triggering a reduction in soft landscape.
And as you indicated, he's a prisoner of geometry here to a certain extent, yeah.
Mr. Bartolo, do you want to put forward a motion?
I can put forward a motion.
Yeah.
I just want to confirm one thing, that all the site plan and the elevations are all dated February 5th, 2025 in the package.
The site plan is up to date. The elevations and the plans have not changed. So there's no, they were previously submitted. There's no adjustment to them. The site plan is the only thing that had an adjustment made because of the landscaping variances.
Understood.
So,
All right, thank you. Mr. Rubinoff, just to remind you, we are in committee. Staff,
Sorry,
we
it
could
was a
mute
question.
the applicant. Once we go into committee, if we can just mute our, thank you. Although I thank you for the assistance in the clarification on that. All right.
Yeah, I'm prepared to put forward the motion there, Mr. Chair. I accept the opinions of my colleagues here, and they're certainly valid and correct. I think the changing nature of the cul-de-sac has wider driveways, and the built form is in keeping with them. So from that design point of view, I don't think there's any issues. I understand that that driveway is also triggering some of the front yard landscaping, although I'm going to kind of stick with my opinion from before, that due to the nature of the lot, it's somewhat problematic. And for all the reasons stated previously, I'm going to put forward a motion to approve this application subject to the following revisions and changes. Variance number 9 be changed to 40.8%. Variance number 10 changed to 67.3%. That the project or the home be built substantially in accordance with the site plan submitted February 5th, 2025, and in accordance with the elevations submitted in the package before the committee, and subject to the conditions of the urban forestry memo attached.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bartolo. Do I have a seconder?
Well, I have a comment
Right.
or a question.
Let's,
No, well, it might be, but I need some
not sure it's
input. Like sometimes we've asked for permeable pavers, right? Is that, can we make this subject to permeable
And
pavers?
he suggested they be permeable pavers, but
He
that's
did?
a good condition.
If you would like permeable pavers as a friendly amendment, I will accept that. And
you might need it for your motion.
fair enough.
I don't know how.
So I'll second it then.
Okay, second by Mr.
With
Schwartz.
With the friendly amendment from Mr. Schwartz to that the driveway be made from permeable pavers.
All right. Okay, so we have a motion. We have second by Mr. Schwartz. All in favor? Okay, opposed? Mr. Allison and Mr. Nipville, the application is approved. Mr. Nipville and myself. All right, let's move on. Item number 16, 24 Morewood Crescent. Purpose of the application is to construct a new two-story detached dwelling. We've got variances for driveway width, lot coverage, building length, side yard setback, and encroachment of an architectural feature. Got material from the applicant and a staff report from community planning. We have our applicant or agent with us.
Yes, hi, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
We can hear you. Yeah, you.
Perfect, thank you. It's Peter Giordano, David Small Designs, 1405 Cornwall Road in Oakville, and we're the authorized agents and the designers.
All right. Sir, I understand there may be some modifications to this application.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. We worked with community planning and we made some modifications that are summarized in the planning staff report. I've got a presentation, my presentation, slide number 3, that really summarizes all of that, if you could bring that up.
Sure. Just before we get to that, let's just go through those modifications. So I believe, and just jump in if I'm incorrect, we got a modify variance number 2 from 34.71% to 32.8%. And we're going to eliminate variance number 3, and we're going to eliminate variance number 5.
That is correct.
Okay. Before we get to a presentation, I'm going to ask my colleagues whether or not they require a presentation, given the modifications that were recommended in the community planning staff report. All right, sir. I know you've put together a presentation, but it doesn't appear we need one. We might be able to move into a committee for a quick decision for you.
Can I ask the consideration of one small adjustment to those conditions?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, so because we worked with community planning, and through our discussions with community planning, there is an architectural element that they define it as an architectural feature at the front of the house that we removed. It was a 1 foot projection at the front of the house. We worked with planning. We agreed on that change. We submitted it. We submitted the revised site plan that you have on the screen that removes that projection at the front. When we received the comments from community planning with the 3 items that you just read, item number 5 suggests that the wording suggests that the encroachment at the front was a window well. And it isn't the window well. The window well isn't a variance item, and it doesn't really create any issues at the front. It was more the projection at the front that was the architectural projection of a front pier that we've made. We've made that adjustment to our drawings. It's just, I'm afraid that if it's worded with that item calling it out as a window well, that it'll be incorrectly applying to the window well. My concern is that that window well acts as egress for the basement. So removing the window well isn't something that would be easily facilitated, whereas removing the pier projection was more a tall 2-story physical element that we were easily able to remove.
So if I understand correctly, you're saying that the window well, your concern is that the window well, the variance for the architectural feature may be required for that window well?
I'm concerned that if it gets approved with the wording the way it's worded, that the zoner, when he's providing a zoning certificate to clear the variance items, he's going to be looking at the window well where it was really intended. We reached out to the planner to last minute to try to get him to adjust his wording on that, because we had a long discussion with him. We were understanding what the required change was. It's just, I believe it was worded incorrectly in that condition of approval.
Variance number 5?
Is this variance number 5, Mr. Chair?
It's variance number 5, that's correct.
There's no additional wording if it's eliminated.
But if we're eliminating...
It's eliminated in its entirety.
Yeah. Oh, my.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, the point that you've raised, the wording you're concerned with, is in the 3rd paragraph of the Planning Department report, and we're not going to vote on that wording anyway. We're going to either approve variance number 5, or as you've proposed, we're going to eliminate variance number 5, and that's all that it will say. The reference to a
Through you,
window
Mr.
well
Chair,
is
I
only
accept
in the
that.
Planning Department comments. It's not a condition.
I think what he's putting forth is he may require that variance after all. They intend to remove that column, the 2-story column,
Yeah.
but he may require the variance for the window well.
Why? The window wells in side yards all the time.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, the window well is not a variance zoning item.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I mean,
And I will
if we're removing the
accept
variance
your
altogether, it shouldn't come up. We should only be concerned with the variances that may be approved. If there is no variance for the architectural feature, and it's the window well is an as of right, there shouldn't be any issue with that. But
Mr.
you'd
Chair, I
have to
accept that.
determine whether or not that window well requires a variance or not.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm aware I'm fully aware that window well does not require variance. So I'm
Okay.
willing to accept it as you've described.
Okay, very good then. Do we have any questions for our applicant? No. All right, sir. It looks like we're ready to move into committee for a decision for you, if there's anything else you'd like to add before we do.
I'm fine if you move into committee.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's take this into committee. Yes, Mr. Nipville.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any difficulty with this application. I can't see that there is any negative implications to its approval. I think the proposal is a reasonable one and fits in with the neighborhood, and clearly meets the 4 tests. So I'd like to move approval of the application revised so that variance number 2 has been changed to 32.8%. Variance number 3 and 5 are eliminated, and that's it.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Yes, thank you, Mr. Marziari. All in favor? All right, unanimous. Your application is approved, sir. Okay. Item number 17, 7 Lumley Avenue. Purpose of the application is to construct a new 2-story dwelling. 5 variances before us: front yard setback, main wall height, parapet height, lot coverage, and FSI. I've got material from the applicant, memo from Urban Forestry, and 1 letter of support from Save Our Bennington. We've got the applicant in person?
Yes.
All right. Thanks for coming down today.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gudar Sohrabian, and I'm an agent of the owner.
All right. Sir, I've reviewed the application. I'm going to ask my colleagues whether or not they require a presentation from you. It doesn't appear so. So if it's all right, we can move into committee for a decision for you.
Of course. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Marziari?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's a fairly straightforward application, just 5 variances that are minor in nature. It meets the 4 tests, so I'd like to make a motion to approve, subject to urban forestry condition, that is number 2.
Yes. I have a second by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? You have your approval, sir?
Thank you.
A very nice application, I might
Thank
add.
you very much.
All right.
Mr. Chair, sorry, I'm an owner. Can I talk for a second, if you don't mind? 30 seconds.
Sir, I have to apologize. You were on the list. I'm going to defer to our Deputy Secretary Treasurer.
Do we approve it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Just 30 seconds. I want to say thank you to Save Our Bennington, the people who work hard to keep the area.
Yeah, let's say it into the mic. And I will take responsibility for this one, sir. I do see you were on my list, and I should have caught that. But I presume you're in support then. You're the owner.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm an owner.
All right. Yeah.
Wants to thank the support.
Of course. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir, Mr. Chairman. I'm Amir Yaqubian, the owner of this property. I graduated in architect and urban planning. We moved in this neighborhood in 2014, and my children have grown up attending this school. I love this neighborhood because as an architect, I appreciate how the unique blend of modern and traditional homes creates and a harmonized skyline. This balance and respect for the character of the neighborhood make it special. Another reason this neighborhood is special is the Save Our Bennington Heights group. This group is made up of people who work hard to protect the character and beauty of this area. I want to personally thank Mrs. Barbara, even though she is not feeling well, she still cares a lot about Bennington Heights. I hope she gets better soon. Thank you so much to give me that opportunity.
Of course. I know this neighborhood pretty well. I'm in Cabbagetown, we're very close, and it's good to see you and good applications like this come forward. So,
okay.
All right. Thank you.
The submission from Save Our Bennington was excellent.
Yes.
Thank you.
I will say. Okay. One more, guys, and we will take a break after this before we start our 4 o'clock session. Number 18, 89 Tavistock Road. The purpose of this application is to create an additional parking space from Tavistock Road The existing driveway is accessed from Dulworth Avenue, or sorry, Dulworth Road. We have 2 variances required, parking space in the front yard and points of access, on file material from the applicant, memo from transportation, and urban forestry. Do we have our agent or applicant with us?
Good afternoon. My name is Philippos. I am agent for applicant, the homeowner, 89 Tavistock.
All right. Sir, I presume that you've had an opportunity to review comments from transportation and urban forestry?
Yeah, really, I seen some of the notes. Yeah.
All right. I'm going to ask for presentation. I'd like to provide you an opportunity to address their comments.
Well, we'll put up the transportation.
Yeah, and we will
For the
pull up the
applicant?
report.
Yeah, we are not that much of experience in transportation comments and all, but we request that we can able to comply with any comments, any conditions you are making. Actually, the homeowner wanted to make the driveway similar to the house across 95 Tavistock. They also have the similar condition like this 89 Tavistock Road. So we wonder why we have a problem with we only have the problem.
All right. Sir, you are aware that transportation and forestry are both recommending refusal. Have you had an opportunity to engage in discussion with them?
No, not yet. We wonder the same. If you look at the Google map, you can see 95 Tavistock. They also have the same type of driveway from both sides.
Okay. We'll have some question, Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would it be helpful to you if we deferred consideration of this application so you could have consultations with transportation and forestry? Because as it stands, they're both recommending we turn this down.
Sir?
Yes, yeah, we can try that.
All right. So just to clarify, you would be in support of a deferral to provide you an opportunity to continue discussions with transportation and urban forestry?
Okay.
It's a question. I'm asking whether or not.
We are okay with that.
You are okay with that?
Yes.
You don't have to take a deferral. We can make a decision on this today, but it is your call.
No, actually, we are ready to listen to whatever the conditions you are imposing on that.
Well, the condition is to not allow it.
That's not fair. So okay, we will go back to the we will find out how the house 95 Tavistock got that approval. What was the privilege in that approval? That also passed with the Committee of Adjustment decision.
Sure. Okay, sir. Anything else you'd like to add?
Not really.
Okay. All right. Let's take this matter into committee.
Could I make a motion?
Sure. Yes, Mr. Schwartz.
I'd like to make a motion to defer it.
Okay.
Well, it appears that the applicant effectively consented to that when we put the question to him, and we have 2 negative reports from forestry and transportation. I think it'd be premature. It'd certainly be premature in my mind to approve it And rather than giving him an outright refusal, I'd rather give him a chance to try to iron out the kinks. So I'd just bring a motion to defer it, let her come back. He'll hopefully solve the problems, and then we'll be able to give it an approval.
I know you're in committee, and I apologize, but I know Ms. Schwartz said that the applicant consented to it.
Effectively consented.
I'm not 100% sure.
I was confused with his answer. I couldn't understand him, but.
So would you
I
like to
don't think
come
he was
out
he don't
come
think
out
he
of
was quite
committee?
objecting to it. But if we have to come out, then I'm going to make a motion to refuse it. So I want one way or the other. I'm willing to make a motion to
Mr. Schwartz, let's,
to defer it. But if we have to come out of committee, I'd like to make a motion to refuse it because I'm tired of this one.
all right.
So my motion is to defer it. If you want to come out of committee to ask them, then I'd rather change my motion to refuse it. So let me know what you would like to do. You second the deferral?
All right.
Okay, so we got a motion on the floor and it's seconded. My reason is because we have 2 negative reports, and I believe it would be premature to go ahead and approve it. On the other hand, a refusal may put the applicant in a worse position when he hasn't had a chance to actually talk to the parties who've recommended referral. So I believe the most appropriate and fair determination right now would be a deferral.
Okay, we've got a motion, second by Mr. Bartolo. All in favor? Okay, Mr. Allison opposed. The motion to defer is approved. Okay, the time is now 3:51. We will resume our 4 p.m. session in 10 minutes. Good. Okay, good to see you in person, yeah. We're for the same application. Okay. She's not here. She wants Ariel comes.
Okay, just.
She doesn't. No one.
No.
Okay,
You have
yes.
receive an email or no? If you want, or
I
you
can,
can.
I'll receive.
Okay.
Thank you, yeah, we got it.
So, Mr. Chair, you have a choice. You can either start without Mr. Swartz, or once you start, Mr. Swartz should abstain from.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We are about to start our 4 p.m. session. Before we get started, I should ask if there's any deferral requests for the 4 p.m. session.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't have anything right now. Thank you.
All right, great. Believe we do have one conflict of interest. Mr. Marty, are you going to step out?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to step out. Yes, I know the previous owners as noted on the public notice, although the ownership has been changed, but since it's been noted on the public notice as the previous owner, so I'm going to step out.
Okay, better to err on caution there. Okay. Okay, application number 19, 84 Glengrove Avenue West. The purpose of this application is to construct a new two-story detached dwelling. We have 3 variances before us for front yard setback, FSI, and building length. On file material from the applicant, memo from Urban Forestry, form letters of support from 41 Heather Street, 92, 94, 103, 105, 119 Glengrove Avenue, and a letter of concern from 80 Glengrove Avenue. We have our agent or applicant with us.
Oh, thank you.
Person, welcome.
Thank you. Through the chair, my name is Kevin McCrow. I'm a senior planner with W&D. I'm the agent for the applicant, the owners, Rob and Ariel Kansen. My address for the record, 47 Roselawn Avenue, postal code M4R1E5.
All right, I do have the owner as a second speaker. Is he going to be speaking today?
He might speak today. He is not going to address the committee in terms of any substantive presentation. He is just available to simply answer questions if there's anything that is directed towards ownership and not myself.
Fair enough. I just remind you, we've got 5 minutes, and if he wishes to speak, please be mindful that that time is shared between the two of you.
Okay.
All right. We do have a neighbor as well that is going to speak to this, so I will ask for a presentation from you. Actually, before we get to that, I'm going to ask, do we have the neighbor online as well? We do. All right. Okay. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, if I could ask staff just to call up on screen, we submitted a presentation slide deck. It is our orange. It's very recognizable, just our corporate orange logo. Thank you. All right, if we could just scroll down, there's a summary slide. There's a green box, there's a red box, and there's a gray box, and I'll just maybe address that just in the interest of time for the committee. And just keep going down. All right, thank you. Just pause here. Thank you very much. Okay, so this application proposes 3 variances. The 3 variances are minimum front yard setback. That is 9.17 meters is proposed, whereas 10.15 meters is permitted. It proposes a variance for maximum building length directed at a portion of the front and rear of the mass, and that building length is proposed at 18.22 meters, whereas 17 meters is permitted as the maximum. And then third, this application proposes a variance for FSI, proposed FSI being 0.75, whereas 0.35 is permitted. I should also highlight that this application is a new application. It's actually submitted under new ownership. There's a little bit of a mix-up there with the notice, but I've discussed that with staff previously. This is a new application for Mr. Rob Kansen and Ms. Ariel Kansen, who joined me today. It's for their family house. It has a total of 3 variances. There was a previous application that was refused. It was refused in July of last year with a total of 6 variances. 3 of the same variances with this application today are shared with that previous application, although we have a new architect and I'll say a carte blanche or entirely new building design. However, in all instances, the magnitude or quantum of the variance is also reduced. The previous applicant relied on rationale, which the neighbor also objected to, that they were simply building on top of the existing setback of the house today. That's shown in green, and that's a setback of 8.55 meters. What we're proposing is an improvement along Glengrove Avenue to that existing condition. We're proposing a setback of 9.17 meters. Just got another image if we could flip, I think it's 3 down to the staff, and thank you very much again for the assistance with this in the short time. Just go down again, please. I think it's one more. One more. Where we show that this fits well within the context of the north side of Glengrove Avenue. What we had is the surveyor went out and actually looked at all of the other houses on the north side of Glengrove, and we found that this fits within what is actually there today in terms of the main wall of all the other buildings. So we could just go down one more, please, in the deck. Thank you. In terms of our minimum FSI, we pulled a research request of all of the decisions in the block. Our FSI is at 0.75. I would say it fits comfortably within the approved FSIs of several other applications. It's neither the greatest or the least within its particular context. It's less than the 0.82 at 74 Glengrove Avenue, which is shown in red on the screen here within our block. So we're at an FSI lower than 74. We're at an FSI lower than, I believe it's 41 Heather Street, which is the triangular lot just to the northeast of the proposal. In terms of the building length variance, if we could just scroll down a couple more slides, please. This is fine, I believe. Yeah, just go up a bit. Thank you. Our building length is at 18.22 meters. That's an improvement over the previous application, which was greater than this again. So we've shrunk this envelope slightly with this new proposal. We've concentrated those two building length variances so they're directed away from 80 Glengrove's property. And at the rear, what we've done is we've shown in red, it's going to be hard to see, but what we've shown in red is our permitted, we'll call it our as of right envelope or box. So that's where we've drawn our 17-meter line. And then what we've done is we've just highlighted at the rear that we're about 24 centimeters past, and that's for a breakfast nook feature on my client's house, which is something that the architect designed. I want to also highlight with this particular variance and just emphasize that it is minor in the sense that it doesn't introduce a new room. It just simply extends features of already existing rooms in the house. It doesn't punch a whole new room past the 17 meters. So in my submission, the variances meet the four tests. They're minor in nature, and they don't introduce undue impacts on any of the surrounding properties, including 80 Glengrove. My client's also available to speak. 80 Glengrove submitted a letter earlier today. I believe they have rescinded their previous letter of objection, but I'll let that agent or that owner speak to that particular letter. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions? Okay. Can we get our neighbor online? Ms. Rutherford.
Sorry, I can't join you in person today. Hello, committee. Thank you for your time. I'm Michelle Rutherford, owner and occupant of 80 Glengrove Avenue West, the neighbors immediately to the east of 84 Glengrove. I'm here representing my family. We have had a chance to review and share our concerns with the Hansons about how their proposed front yard setback, building like the FSI variances could impact our privacy and the enjoyment of our home. We are pleased to share that we have a resolution that helps lessen our concerns. And though the overall building length will be 18.22 meters, they have shortened their east sides to minimize the impact of a two-story massing and blocking light to our home. And then to address the front yard setback and concerns about our privacy, they've also proposed a solution to use landscaping to provide screening at the front and back of our homes along our shared boundary. So as a result, we are not objecting to the new build based on the site plan submitted to the committee on December 13th, 2024, and the proposed screening plans using landscaping that they shared with us on Jan 30th last month. They have our support. So as noted, we did amend our letter to the C of A today, but unfortunately it was too late to add to the application. We defer to the committee for the final decision, but we would like to thank Rob and Ariel for including us in the conversation, and we look forward to a friendly and neighborly future.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? No questions. I'll give you an opportunity to respond, although it seems that they're in support, so I'm not sure a response is needed, but I will give the floor to you, should you wish to add anything.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I have no response. Obviously, our clients are excited to move in and get going with their project, and we're again, and I guess working with good faith with the neighbors. Just happy that those conversations did continue past Jan 30th. So very thankful that everyone was open to discussions on this one. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, let's take this matter into committee for a decision. If I may, I just provide a very brief comment. I did study the front yard setback quite a bit on this one, and I initially had a little bit of concern with it, but upon kind of further examination, I was. It's actually very well designed. I might say, if you look at the actual setback of you've got a side gable roof, which terminates more or less actually at the property line. The only part that actually comes out into the front yard setback is really to facilitate a front bay and a portion at the ground level. But the termination of that side gable roof is set back. I think the applicant did a really good job of working to again, take some liberties a little bit with that front yard setback, but do it in a very responsible way. So I'm just wanted to put that out there. Ask my colleagues if they have any other comment. If not, maybe move forward to a motion. Mr. Nipfo.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to mention that the presentation was excellent. The slide deck was clear. It covered a lot of information very succinctly and very clearly, and I appreciated that. If no one else has any difficulties with the application, I don't. I'm fully supporting the application. I'd like to move approval subject to forestry condition number 1. I think that's a commendable project that fits well into the community, and as I indicated previously, the presentation to this committee was excellent.
I might, just given the nature of the front yard setback variance, I wonder if we need to tie to, yeah.
Okay, no problem with that.
I don't know. Well, it's as I said, like the front yard setback, the way that it's designed, it really is just to facilitate that front bay and a single story portion. If you look on the second story, there's a nice setback there, which I'd really like to maintain, where the side gable roof terminates at about 10.08 meters, where 10.15 meters is required. It's less than 3 inches. I think that datum point is really good, and I think will be helpful to maintain in support of that variance, but substantially in accordance with, if you're not opposed.
No, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
You called the site plan, right?
Yeah, does it show up on the site plan? It might show up in the elevation drawings. Perhaps I'll ask the applicant if there's any, I'll take us out of committee and ask the applicant if there's any objection. I'd like to tie to the elevation drawing, just to ensure that we have those setbacks maintained, or actually just.
It's the front yard setback though, right?
Yeah, it's one of those where the site plan captures it, but you have additional setbacks at different levels.
Yeah.
Like on the second floor plan, you can see that the bedroom number 3 and number 2 on the corner have a slight setback to establish the a front main wall.
So the drawings that indicate that are the side elevations?
Yes.
Not the front elevation?
Yeah, let me just
Side
pull it.
elevations show what you're concerned with.
Yes, they do. The west and east elevation.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just going to pull this out of committee. Sir, any objection if we tie the front yard setback variance to substantially in accordance with the west and east elevation?
Thank you. Through the chair, in principle, I don't have any objection to that particular condition. Perhaps, an alternative, I was just thinking about this as well. I've got the plans in front of me. Obviously, you've called them up. I'm flipping through paper here. So I'm doing this, on the fly, so to speak.
Yeah, maybe staff can pull them up as well.
Perhaps, I wish I knew that lateral dimension, and I know we don't have it open on the screen, but if we knew the 2 lateral dimensions, perhaps either the front elevation or site plan would be another way to tie that feature. To tie that feature, not feature.
We'll put them
rather than twinning the 2 elevations.
You see my point. It's not the entire house that comes forward into the front yard setback. They've established a front main wall, and then the encroachment really is a front bay.
Is there a section that works? No. Yeah, the elevations are the best.
I mean, alternatively, we can tie to the floor plans. You can see on the second floor, it actually shows what those setbacks are on the second floor. And again, that helps to establish a bit of a front main wall, more or less in line with the neighbors on either side.
I wonder, the concern about tying it to the elevations is that you're afraid we're going to tie it to the windows and all that. I'm wondering if you could say that the massing is to be substantially as indicated on the elevations. It doesn't use the word front yard setback, but that's what you're trying to do.
Just to tie to the front yard. So if they have any changes to the rear, and it's within as of right, there'd be no issue. It's just as it relates to the front yard setback. So it would really only permit that front bay and the extension on the ground level over the front door. although given the amount of work put in this application, I'd be comfortable. I'd be surprised if they go back on that.
The other drawing that shows it, although it's hard to reference it, is the one in the supporting materials presentation, when he's explaining the front yard setback. If you go down in the supporting materials, it shows in that perspective drawing. One says minimum front yard setback.
You can see what I'm talking about. It's, the building gets pulled back. And as I noted, the main roof structure, that side gable, more or less terminates right at the front yard setback, which is, it's only the arch section over the door and that bay and gable to the left that protrudes into that. And actually, he does a good job of showing it there. Oh, sorry, that's the rear. But it's the same in principle.
Shows it here, does it not? This is it here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, alternatively, the second floor plan.
Yeah, you
shows
can't,
the
sorry,
setback.
you can't tie it to that. There's no plan reference to that.
Oh, the rendering? No.
Yeah.
No. I was meaning the second floor plan. But maybe I'll ask the applicant.
Thank you. Through the chair, I was just speaking with my client there. That's Ariel Canson behind me. She's not registered to speak, but what she offered to me is that it would be acceptable to secure it to the front elevation, substantially in accordance with the front elevation.
The front elevation doesn't show.
Or doesn't it? Right, it doesn't show.
It's the side elevation that
right.
captures it. And it would only, if it were tied, it would only tie to the front yard setback variance. So, if you do you understand what I mean by that?
Yes, I understand. And one of the other panel members highlighted, I'm not going to say it's a concern. Frankly, it's not a concern. It was more the amount of control over other features on those two side elevations. Perhaps the language could be, I think there were some good,
substantially in accordance with
the massing, the built form, the terminology that the committee so chooses when they go into committee here. The what we were calling that room, for example, just to specifically tie to the future, to that feature, to give the certainty that it'll be delivered in that location. I absolutely understand the concern. I mean, we could leave this hearing and it could be stretched across the whole building face. That's not our client's intent.
Yeah, for sure.
Mr. Chair, can I just clarify?
Yes, please.
Your concern is in relation to the front yard setback?
Yes.
You could possibly word your condition to tie it to the side elevations as it relates to the front yard setback.
Yes,
because it's not the panel, it's not you that's going to be reading, it's the zoning examiner who's going to be reading the condition if you approve this application. That may provide, I'm just throwing out there as a suggestion.
Yeah.
To provide a level of certainty as to what your main concern is.
Yeah, that wouldn't restrict you if you want to change windows, material, anything like that. We're talking about the massing as it relates specifically to the front yard setback. So we're essentially permitting the bay and gable and the ground floor portion. I want to make sure that the side gable and that main wall that comes off of that remains in the place that it's proposed.
Okay, through the chair, I know I'm going to make this decision here on behalf of my client. Is it possible if I just confer with Ms. Canson behind me before?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Take a moment.
Could I suggest why he's doing that, but another way of doing it, in a simpler way, I think, is to say that the articulation of the front facade is to be as shown on the elevation drawings. And then we're not tying it to details. We're tying it to the articulation, the play of space.
Okay.
And I think the term articulation is understood by everybody, including the plan examiner, and you're pulling up the elevations just to indicate that the front elevation.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you don't mention
It's very well designed. I mean, normally we get just a flat wall, right? So I mean, in this case,
with the wording for it.
Yeah, they've done a really good job of that articulation, which I think is supportive of that setback.
I think that's perhaps the language to use. and that it addresses the applicant's concern about not being held to too many details.
Okay. Yeah,
Did you
you've
hear
done
what
yourself
we
a
said?
disservice. I said it looks too good to change.
Did you hear what we were saying while you were consulting?
Through the chair, I did. I was listening
Okay.
to both.
How does that work for you? That the front elevation articulation is to be as shown on the site plans or on the elevation drawings? That's the only thing the elevations are there for.
That, through the chair, to us, that would be an acceptable condition. If we could just see a draft, is it substantially in accordance with
Yeah, yeah.
that? So substantially in accordance with, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. That's,
Okay. Yeah, thank
that's
you for
acceptable to
that.
us and our client. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, all right, let's take us back into committee and let's get that motion out with that condition.
Okay, the motion was for approval subject to forestry condition number 1 and the articulation of the front facade substantially in accordance with the front and side elevations. And I think that covers everything.
Yeah, just a friendly amendment, that relates to the front yard setback variance.
Okay.
You don't need to put that in.
I don't think you need to say that.
Mr. Bartolo says no. Okay, I'm content with that.
Okay,
All right.
so that's a motion. Yeah, because it shows on all 3. And it's different on each side.
Yeah. Substantially in accordance with.
Yeah. And you're okay with that? Yeah.
Okay, second by Mr. Bartolo, all in favor? All right, that's unanimous. Your application is approved.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. Item number 20, welcome back, Mr. Martieri. Item number 2177 Brookdale Avenue. The purpose of the application is to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a 1-story addition, a proposed 2-story rear addition, and a proposed new shed. We've got a variance for side yard setback for a lower deck, side yard setback for an upper deck, FSI, and front yard setback. On file material from the applicant, staff report from community planning, memo from urban forestry, and multiple letters of support. We have our agent or applicant with us.
Hello, committee. Yes, Nina Fant here.
All right. Just a very quick clarifying question for you. I'm going to ask my colleagues whether or not they require a presentation, but before we
Mr.
do-
Chair, we just need her address.
Yes, Ms. Fan, can you give us your address, please?
Sure, Nina Fant of 16 Markdale Avenue.
All right, thank you. Before we get into any further, I'm going to ask just a quick clarifying question with respect to the second floor platform, whether or not a privacy screen might be warranted there.
Sorry, there is no second floor platform. It's a rear deck. Yeah.
I apologize. Let me our site plan. Actually, first, let me ask my colleagues whether they require a presentation. All right. It doesn't appear that we require a presentation. To my comment, oh, I see, yeah. I think on the site plan it's labeled upper deck and steps. My question is whether or not a privacy screen may be beneficial adjacent to number 175. For the applicant, whether there's any discussion on that?
Actually, in my presentation materials, you can see a view of the privacy screens that we are proposing there.
Fantastic. Okay, so thank you for that. All right, that said, I don't have any other questions. Mr. Ninfield, though.
Could I just continue with that? these privacy screens are excellent, but they're not noted on the site plan, and that was, I support these, but they aren't in fact noted on the site plan. So we need to find a way of addressing them in any decision that's made.
Sure.
And they're also referenced in your letter of support. The person that wrote the letter of support also praised these. They're actually really nice, and so I wouldn't want to lose them.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yep. No, we don't want to lose them either.
I wonder whether they're required on both sides or just on the side with the it's kind of pushing a little bit on that setback to the neighbor.
Yeah.
I think there's enough separation on the other side, may not be required. Also, just being mindful of the fact that you've got the staircase there. You got quite a bit of a setback to the deck on the other side.
Yes.
Okay. Ask my colleagues if there's any other questions. All right. It appears we can move right into committee for decision for you.
Great.
Okay, let's take this into committee.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also note the recommendation in the community planning report, substantially in accordance with.
North is to the front. Yeah, east elevation of the two, there's two decks. There's an upper deck and a lower deck.
I got confused. I saw upper deck and I thought it was our.
Yeah, you walk from the one to the other. It's actually really nice.
Yeah.
And then the photographs are, which, as I indicated, the lady supporting it called out the screen. Really liked it.
Yep.
It's on both. Yeah.
I see urban forestry number 2 as well. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Bartolo.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Actually, I think it's a clever little backyard design that they have here, and I think it's going to work quite well. So I'm going to put forward a motion to approve this application subject to the following conditions and revisions. Firstly, that 1.5 meter tall opaque screening for the length of the upper and lower deck along the east side of the property be installed, and subject to variance number 4 related to the front yard setback being developed substantially in accordance with the site plan drawings submitted to the Committee of Adjustment and attached as attachment number 1 of this report.
And forestry too.
And forestry conditions as attached in the urban forestry.
Get a height on the privacy screening?
Got it.
We got the height? Great. Okay, we've got a motion, second by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. The application is approved.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Item number 21, 22 Almont Road. The purpose of the application is to construct a new dwelling. We've got a number of variances for rear deck projection, side main wall height, area for a second floor balcony, and building length. On file material from the applicant and a late report from community planning. We have our agent or applicant with us.
Good evening, committee. Jonathan Biskowski, 301 Keewatin Avenue.
Welcome back, Mr. Benkowski. Okay.
He's made changes.
Yeah, there's some changes to this application?
Absolutely. The change through our consultation with planning will relate to variance number 3, which is the proposed size of the second floor balcony. The revision will take it to 5.5 square meters. Additionally, although not a change to the variance, if the committee sees the application meritorious, we are happy to propose a privacy screening, which would relate to variance number 1 along the north portion of the deck at the rear. This was in consultation with planning. So what you'll see in the background material is some back and forth with our team in planning, with original refusal essentially speaking to the 2 changes we have made. There is now a memo that states they are not in opposition based upon these 2, the 1 alteration to the variance and the 1 proposed condition Again, if meritorious, we would ask the committee to impose.
Okay, so just to clarify, we've got modification, actually no modification to variance number 1, but the inclusion of a privacy screen. And
Correct. That's a condition of approval if meritorious.
okay, and for variance number 3, reduction of the second floor rear balcony area to 5.5 meters square.
Correct, Mr. Chair.
All right. Okay, I should ask, do we have any questions? Mr. Benkowski?
I'm happy to answer any questions if the committee has any.
Mr. Chairman, can we just clarify that's a standard privacy 1.5 meter privacy screen?
Yeah, and I actually, just for clarification, is that, which side is that provided?
North.
On the north side?
That's on the north side, Mr. Chair. Correct. On the north side, which would be adjacent to number 24.
All right. Yeah, Mr. Benkowski, has there been any discussion with the neighbors, on the immediate neighbors? Just given the projection and the height of the deck, I wonder if there's, I understand we got the privacy screening, but I wonder if did the privacy screening come out of discussion with the neighbor, or?
No, Mr. Chair, it did not. So the variance is worded two ways. Essentially, if the deck were only to project 2.5 meters, we actually wouldn't have this variance related to the height. It only becomes a variance once it projects more than the 2.5 meters. So essentially, the variance is triggered just by the projection going past 2.5 meters. Now, what I would say is mitigates that impact a little bit is two things. As we see from the site plan here, the adjacent house at number 24, although very marginally, does extend past the rear wall. So in terms of where that projection would be looking in terms of the dwelling, it simply wouldn't happen. The next thing I would say is the actual door where you exit out of the deck is along that portion immediately adjacent to the stairs, which would really tell you that where people would congregate would be more towards the center. Again, as the circulation point of exiting the kitchen off of that first floor would be adjacent to that north wall.
Okay, fair enough. Any further questions? All right, Mr. Benkowski, if it's all right with you, I think we're ready to take this into committee.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Let's move into committee. Yes, Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the changes that have been suggested by planning and restated by Mr. Benkowski, I think this is a reasonable application. It's not my favorite massing, but I do think it fits reasonably well into the community. The changes to variance number 3, the size of the deck to 5.5 square meters, is excellent, and I would move that that variance be altered to 5.5, and that there be a privacy screen provided along the north side of the deck. With those changes, I do believe this meets the 4 tests and is not creating any kind of adverse impacts into the community. No, the lower deck is on grade. There's two. There's one that comes from the basement.
It's a walkout.
From the basement, yeah. And there's a stairway from that, and then there's a. Oh, I see what you want. It's.
Yeah. Yeah, you're referring to the second floor balcony there?
I actually think the one that's the largest problem is the one, as Mr. Brokowski said, is adjacent to the kitchen. I think it's the kitchen family room. So it's if you're looking at the side elevation, it's the middle one.
Yeah, it relates to variance number 1.
So that's the main, should I refer to it as the main floor deck?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. 1.5 opaque. sorry for that.
Okay, we've got a motion on the floor, and that's second by Mr. Mazziari. All in favor? All right. Okay, that's unanimous. All right, sir, application is approved.
Thank you, committee.
Okay. Just 1 moment. Tw- 22. Right, I'm losing my brain. All right, we're on to item number 22. 41 Kelso Avenue. The purpose of the application is to construct a new dwelling. Variance for side yard setback for a rear platform, side main wall height, north side yard setback, lot coverage, stair width, rear platform area, and number of stories. On file material from the applicant, correspondence with planning, and a report from community planning. Mr. Benkowski is also the agent for this application.
Good afternoon, committee. Jonathan Bitskowski, 301 Keewatin Avenue.
All right, sir, this is a modified application?
Correct. As per the planning report, we are okay with the 3 recommendations, and those would be as follows. The elimination of variance number 1. Variance number 3, increasing to a proposed 1.02 meter side yard setback. And the coverage of variance number 4 being reduced to 37.62, which again is essentially part and parcel with the reduction of the side yard setback, or sorry, the increase of the side yard setback of variance number 3.
All right. Okay, sir, I'm going to ask my colleagues whether they require presentation. All right, doesn't appear so. I'd like you to provide just a little bit of commentary on, again, it's a similar condition to last application. We've got a rear deck projection. I just would like you to provide a little bit of comment with respect to some concern about sight lines, just from the height and projection of that deck.
Yes, so a little bit different than the previous one. There is no variance directly related to that actual deck projection. What I would say here again is if we look at the site plan there, we can see the adjacent house to the south extends further into the rear yard than what we're proposing. And again, in terms of privacy and overlook, if the committee sees fit, we're happy for a privacy screen to be located on the north portion of that deck.
All right. Has there been
Now,
any
again, we're not
discussion with the
overlaying.
neighbor whether or not did they
There has
ask
not.
for a privacy screen?
There has-
No. Okay. And
They
no-
did not, no.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification.
What I would say, I did in my presentation material, if we wanted to go to the next one, the actual, the request for variance number 6 that relates to the rear platform is for that at-grade platform. I did provide a quick graphic just showing essentially why this has arrived at a 3-story dwelling. Again, it's just not a deep excavation. It's again, a kind of a typical house we're seeing here. Again, that's the variance there, which again is located essentially on the functional main floor.
Right. Any questions? No. All right. Mr. Benkowski, it looks like we're ready to move into committee. Anything else you'd like to add?
again, just again, the 3-story variance on my next, I don't want to beat it to death, but on the next page of my presentation, I did just do a color kind of quick graphic, just indicating again how we arrived at the 3-story variance, again, just not because of the deep excavation.
Yeah, yeah. Point.
There it is.
Okay. Mr. Bartolo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In reviewing the application and noting the changes that the applicant made, in consultation with the city, I'm prepared to put forward a motion to approve this application, subject to the revisions noted in the recommendations section of the community planning report.
Would you consider a friendly amendment of a privacy screen on the north edge of the main floor
I'm
deck?
not opposed to the privacy
I think
screens.
when they're
Sometimes
that
they
high-
add more massing and people don't like. The
I know,
short
but
answer is yes.
I think when they're that high, there's an
Yeah,
overlook concern.
these applications they're challenging because the platforms they produce just by nature where the ground floor sits. They're up in the sky, and unless all the neighbors have similar decks, it becomes difficult for those that are much lower with their ground floor
No
level.
problem. So I will amend my my motion to include a requirement for a 1.5 meter tall opaque privacy screen along the
north, I think it is.
Just let me get my compass bearing on here. North side of the deck.
Great.
All right. Second by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. That is approved.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You as well. All right, item number 23, 94 Courtleigh Boulevard. The purpose of the application is to construct a 1- and 2-story addition as 2-wing extension from the main dwelling within the rear yard and with a secondary suite above the garage, rear terrace area, and swimming pool. On file, material from the applicant, staff report from Heritage Planning, staff report from Community Planning, letters of support from 1995 and 106 Courtleigh Boulevard, letter of objection from 86 Courtleigh Boulevard, memo from Urban Forestry, and 2 memos from Ravine Natural Forestry Protection. We've got our agent in person.
Hey.
Your name and address, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Sean McGaffey, Senior Associate at WND Associates, 47 Roselawn Avenue, Toronto, Ontario, M5R1E5.
All right. I also see the owner as a second speaker. Is she going to be speaking today?
No, Mr. Chair, she's just monitoring through WebEx.
All right, fair enough. Before we get any further, I'm going to ask, there is a request I see for recommending deferral to address some of the setback to the ravine at the rear. Is that correct?
Yes, there are 2 reports before you from RNFP. One recommending deferral and one recommending just advisory comments for our under review RNFP permit application. We don't intend today, Mr. Chair, to seek a deferral for the application, and I can address the reasons why through the presentation.
Okay. Yeah, just given that, I'm going to have to ask for presentation from
Yep.
you. Perhaps, just give some, if you can address those concerns from staff, that would be helpful.
Sure, and if I could just ask staff perhaps to pull up the presentation materials that were filed. So I'm going to use my 5 minutes here, but this application has been in the works for nearly approaching a year now at this point, and we've been working pretty diligently with the ownership or the owners of the home, Heritage Planning, and RNFP staff, including on-site site visits, building condition assessments, and that collaborative effort through ourselves, through the landscape architect appointed on the file, and through ERA architects has resulted in the proposal being approved, or the designation of the home, for one, through City Council, and then the Preservation Board, North York Community Council, and yesterday, City Council approving the additions and alterations to the heritage dwelling, subject to the minor variances. Those reports have all been provided, and council decisions have all been provided as part of your file record before you today. We've also undertaken an extensive neighborhood consultation. Sorry, if you can scroll back up that slide, please. Neighborhood consultation effort. Myself and Mr. Winterton from ERA personally hand-delivered letters and copies of the plans to every owner along Courtleigh Boulevard and every other owner along Lytton and Rosemount that backs onto the property. So you can see here a map of the subject site. It's, I would say, anomalous within the neighborhood fabric. It represents a substantially sized lot, approximately 7,641 square meters in size, and it has a pie-shaped frontage onto Courtleigh that then opens out and fans out into this large area with a top of bank area dipping down into the ravine. So the proposed development includes the restoration of the existing designated heritage dwelling and the 1- and 2-story additions that were noted through wings at the rear. These wings have been located towards the rear of the building and kept low relative to the existing building out of specific concerns for the heritage impact when viewed from the public realm. So the entire intent, and if I could just have staff scroll through some of the renderings, please, is to make sure that this building appears to stand on its own heritage merit when viewed from the street. This is the existing condition of the property before you today, generally overgrown and neglected in need of restoration. So from a land use planning perspective and submitted through a cover letter, our analysis demonstrates the proposal meets the 4 tests of the Planning Act. And it should be noted as well that all decisions of City Council must be consistent with the PPS and conform to the official plan. City Council rendered a decision at their meeting yesterday on February 5th with the information available to you today as well to approve these alterations and additions to the building, making a determination in line with the Heritage Staff Report that these proposal is consistent with the PPS. So just touching on the setback in the RNFP memos, I'd like to speak directly to a few items. Firstly, the applicant, as I noted, has worked with RNFP throughout the process, including an on-site meeting in July 3rd, 2024, and intends to greatly improve the slope condition by removing, as you can see here, the existing swimming pool that cantilevers out into the ravine beyond the top of slope. The new pool, as noted in the RNFP memo, will be set back greater than the 6-meter requirement that they've identified. In the more detailed report, they also specifically note policy 3.4.8 of the official plan on page 2. Though they only quote part of the applicable policy. And I want to bring this to your attention because policy 3.4.8 is very specific, and it's where the 10-meter setback from a top of bank for development comes from within the official plan. That policy that's quoted in the report leaves out the last sentence of that policy, which says that additions to existing development and ancillary structures are exempt from policy 3.4.8. I just want to make that clear, and as well for some of the resident comment that was submitted on the letter of concern that there is no development proposed within the ravine. The project will be set back from the top of bank, and we do need to go through the RNFP process. The other memo that was submitted by RNFP that doesn't take issue with the setback condition notes that nothing in this variance application confers a right to an RNFP permit, which we understand. And as we have for the past year or so now, we would continue to work with staff on securing that RNFP permit. If there are tweaks to the building and landscaping that are required, that permit process is the appropriate order of operations to handle that following zoning approval. So with that, I've got 9 seconds, but it's my independent submission that it meets the 4 tests of the Planning Act, and I'm happy to answer any questions about any of the materials before you today.
All right, thank you. Yes, Mr. Nipfel.
Can you clarify for me, because I don't understand, what further discussions planning wants to have with you? Say you're not within the top of bank and they want to discuss this more. What is the disagreement? Or do you not know?
Through the chair, I honestly don't have an answer for you on that point. None of these memos before you today identifies a request for any additional information that should be provided.
A specific concern, there is an extremely detailed report from planning and heritage planning staff that went through the city council process.
And that's the basis upon which you got designation.
That's correct. So our owners purchased the property, not our owners, sorry, the owners purchased the property as a listed property. Following meeting with heritage staff about undertaking alterations to the property, it was determined that staff would like to move forward with a designation. Our client did not object to that designation on the understanding that we would all work collaboratively on a proposal that everyone could stand behind and implement through a council decision and then at the Committee of Adjustment. Quite frankly, these last minute reports after months and months and months of work are a little disheartening to receive. We met on site numerous times. We walked the top of bank together. The proposal has been very well designed. It had input early on from a world-leading landscape architect, Virginia Burt Designs, on the landscape architect and native planting strategy. There's 39 new hardwood tree species proposed for the site. Minimal trees are being removed. I have a list here of, I think we're looking at 7, 8 trees that will be removed.
And the pool's being demolished and moved inward. It's enclosed within the V, right?
That's correct. You can see it here. That pool is sort of the gray hatched area. There is a driveway in the existing driveway location along the north side of the property. It's proposed to be surfaced in a permeable paving. It's an epoxy bonded aggregate system.
And
You
is
know,
the dark line the top of bank?
the dark line farthest where you can see the contours where they start
Yeah.
a little bit more aggressively. That dark line there is the top of bank line. So you see it comes inland at the northern portion of the site and then kind of swoops out towards the southern portion. I mean, I just think this is a very well-designed project. The wings of the building, achieving 13.6 meter side yard setbacks to preserve privacy. The terrace at the 3rd floor, which unfortunately I didn't get into, but there is a variance for the terrace. That is fully set within the roof peak system on the 1-story portion on the south side. There's a slide for it. So there's no view outside of the property even possible from the terrace.
And forestry wants it deferred as well. Do you know what their concern is?
I really, I don't.
Okay.
The forestry permit is in. It's being reviewed right now. They've already asked for hoarding to be installed on site, which is, it's fine. The tree protection hoarding has already been underway on site because there is some demolition work occurring on the interiors for the restoration. They need to go.
Your understanding is that you've addressed concerns as best as you can. You don't know.
That's correct, through the chair. I mean, we know we need an RNFP permit. We're happy to accept that condition. And if there is further work required, by all means, we're happy to undertake that work through that process.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Okay, thank you. Looks like we're prepared to take this into committee.
Maybe I should just ask a question.
Of course, Ms. Schwartz.
I don't know if I should ask this, but part of what I do is I review the site on Google Maps, and you can't really see what's going on there. It's obscured. Can you shed some light on that, maybe?
I think the owners, through Google Maps, you can make a request that your property be blurred from street view. My understanding is at some point someone made that request.
That's what I figured.
I think it's permanent.
Yeah,
Once you
it's
do
just,
it,
it just
may
makes
not have been by
makes it harder to do my job when I can't really get this.
Yeah, I understand. There are some photos included with the sign posting in this slideshow. It's snow covered right now. It's not as beautiful as it is in the summer, but.
So it's a property now, it's a Part 4 designation under the Ontario Heritage Act?
That's correct. It's a full designation.
Okay. I'm just curious, the only thing that kind of came up On the front elevation, there's a relocation of 2 primary windows. You've had some, I can see there's quite an extensive report from ERA and actually a very long report from Jennifer Gurn from Heritage Planning. But it doesn't really kind of get into the planning rationale for the relocation of those windows. The reason for that, I guess, were there any pushback from Heritage Planning on it?
Yeah, maybe if I could have staff, there's a slide that has, it's marked up with colors of which windows are preserved, which ones are new, which ones are modified.
Yeah, I think you know which 2 windows I'm talking about.
I think so.
Because it's rare on a Part 4 designation that a primary window can have a relocation.
I think if you can zoom in maybe on the left side there, sorry for me. I think that, Mr. Chair, came about as part of the agreement in agreeing to pursue a Part 4 designation
Okay.
in concert with
There's a little
staff.
leverage there. Okay.
You know, they initially, yeah, I mean, there's, you know, we were at the site 2 weeks ago checking the leaded glass windows that are being sent for restoration.
Yeah.
And there are some interior changes that are being made to the layouts of rooms, and that was an important piece for the owner, just to get a little bit more light into those areas.
So there was a little bit of leverage on the
like
applicant's part.
Like I said, I mean, this has been a very,
Part 4 designation.
it's been a very iterative process over time, so.
Yeah, no, I don't doubt that there's no oversight, that there's a lack of oversight with respect to heritage planning in this regard. It just seemed a little peculiar that they didn't have an objection to that, but seeing as that that was part of the negotiation for the protection of the overall building, I'm satisfied. But my colleagues have any other questions? I think we're prepared to move into committee for a decision for you. All right, thank you. Okay, let's take this into committee. Yes, Mr. Nitfeld.
Mr. Chairman, I'm confused by this application, not by the applicant. My apologies if that's what you interpreted. I think it's a remarkably good application. It's a spectacular existing building, and I think the renovations are commendable. They fit beautifully into the context of the site and the existing building. I would say that it's had a lot of heritage analysis. There's extremely detailed heritage report that doesn't appear to raise any concerns at all. The consultant on the job, ERA architects, are specialists in this field. They are fussy guys, and if there was a problem, they'd have addressed it, and they didn't. So I'm left, frankly, wondering about the planning report and the forestry report, which I don't seem to have on my screen. I frankly don't know what the deferral is attempting to achieve, and on that basis, I will have trouble recommending this application be deferred. I think it's a commendable application with a lot to offer the city.
Yeah, I also note that there's they're pulling the swimming pool actually back away from the ravine.
The building.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Do you want to, if there's no other comments, would you like to bring a motion?
Well, maybe I just, what is this, there's this, I mean, despite the fact that it's such a otherwise good application, there's this letter here, right, for, well, I guess it's just a residence letter. Do we not have any residents here? There are some residence letters, right? Letter of opposition.
No, there's one.
Just one, and he didn't show up.
No, yeah.
It's a good letter, but I don't know why he wouldn't show up and talk about it. What happened to that guy? I mean, when somebody writes a good letter like that, they show up.
Yeah. I mean, I read the letter. There's some concern about the overall size, but this is a very unique property. There's no property like it in the immediate area. I think that this applicant.
It doesn't say there's a problem with the variances.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, I think if there's any lot in this area to facilitate a house like this is the lot. I think there's also consideration that the city was very lucky to end up with a homeowner willing to not fight a Part 4 designation. It's, and to know that there's more restrictions on this building than any other house on the street already. So to see that the applicant's working within those confines, I think there's a little bit more leverage to give in that regard.
I agree with you. I think it's a great architecture. I think everything is well thought through. So I'm in general support of this application. I don't understand what they can achieve with more consulting with the city staff. They've been through a detailed review. So
yeah, this has been through extensive review.
So, but even after all that, we still get a recommendation for deferral from staff. This is where it'd be nice to have staff here to explain, because they didn't really get into a lot of detail in their reasoning here. Yeah, like they said.
But don't you think, frankly, that if we're going to get a deferral recommendation from the city department, that they need to tell us what the purpose, and there's nothing in there other than we should continue to talk about top of bank, which is why I asked the applicant about the top of bank. The only thing that he mentioned that was a relative problem with top of bank was the swimming pool. The swimming pool's gone, and it's been moved in, tucked into the new wings of the building. I don't understand what the concern is.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why, like they said, it's 10 meters from an identified stable top of slope. So, I mean, when I look at this, I've looked at it every way I could on the Google Maps. And, you know, I've probably driven by that property dozens of times, not realizing what was going on there. There's one guy objecting to it, and he doesn't show up. We got a city recommendation for deferral without really good reasons. Like, if people are opposing it, why wouldn't they make their voices heard a little bit better than they are? This is what's kind of bothering me.
So just, Mr. Chair, as a reminder, there's a ravine memo also on file.
Oh, the ravine memo? Yeah, so let's, I mean, I think we gotta, I'm not saying we shouldn't approve it, but I think we've gotta at least put our minds to these things a little bit more. Let me just find the ravine memo. Because it is a pretty unique property. And
where's the ravine?
Mr. Schwartz, are you recommending deferral of the?
I just have.
Not necessarily. Let me just take a
I
look.
think we're all in agreement that we can proceed with a decision for the applicant.
Whether, yeah, I'm not recommending, well, I don't understand, like, why would they say deferral and not refusal, right? They've had so much information on this. What are they doing?
No.
Yeah.
I think nobody wants to stick their neck out. They would rather us stick our neck out. And I'm not comfortable sticking my neck out, but like, somebody ought to help us out, right? Like,
Would you like us to put the ravine has a firmer stance on the ravine memo?
yeah, put the ravine thing up if you could, please.
It's in your package as well.
Yeah, I know, but there's a lot of stuff here. This is a fairly extensive application. And
Also note that, I usually don't like to lean on this, but, in the advisory comments, they do note that regardless of decision of committee approval, they can still deny the urban forestry permit. I don't like to lean on that, but if we're not satisfied with the explanation given by our NFP, then perhaps then to your dissatisfaction, they might have to stick their neck out if they're really concerned. But I just think,
See, it's
you know,
sunset.
this applicant has been through an extensive process to get this approved, not just committee, but, you know, having to jump through all the hurdles of heritage and Ontario Heritage Act designations.
Okay, well, let's just take a look at this ravine report, because it came to the applicant kind of at the last minute, right? And yeah, they were recommending a deferral as well. This is urban forestry, right? Is that what you're saying? That's the ravine report? Well, because they have conditions. So if we're going to approve it, they have given us some conditions that I think we've got to take into account.
What conditions?
Am I looking at the same?
There's 4 dots under their
Those are
report.
advisory comments, not conditions, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at the ravine and natural features protection letter. You know, they want to have it both ways. They want to work with this guy, the applicant. They want to get all these concessions, and then they want to ask for a deferral without anybody showing up, without giving us a detailed report. There is the ravine report, but it sort of gives us 2 options anyway, right? So,
Mr. Chair,
oh, they do say something about denied. They do say, despite the committee adjustment panel does not defer, then they want it denied. And then they say, if despite the recommendations, he's subject to the following conditions. They want a complete application for a permit or injure or remove privately owned trees. So I don't know, you guys figure it out.
Mr.
but-
Bartolo, you had something to add?
Listen, I'll sum it up quick. I have no issues with the variances. Numerically, they're different than typical, but this is an atypical lot. It's quite large in the middle of the city.
Yeah.
I'm on board for all of those. Heritage has completed the work in the time frame and work with the proponent, and they're satisfied. If urban forestry and ravine and natural heritage protection and all of those personnel can't get it done in the time that they've allotted to it so far, I don't know that a deferral is going to make any substantial difference. I'm in favor of approving this application as is and moving on, and knowing that the applicant still has to make some applications with those departments to get some checks in the boxes in order for their construction to continue. So, you know,
Sounds like a motion.
that can be a motion in about 10 seconds if everybody's on.
But it should have these conditions in it at least. Do you have the conditions? Yeah, there is a condition from the ravine.
They're advisory comments, aren't they not?
Well, no, they're asking for them. Everything is advisory, but urban forestry requests variances. He's subject to the following conditions: submission of a complete application. There is another one in there. There's got to be. There are some recommendations, conditions that they've asked for. So I don't think it would be prudent for us to just approve it.
But regardless, he still has to make an application
Yeah.
to remove or injure a tree.
Which you'd have to do anyway.
Which
Yeah,
has to
but
do
why not put in their conditions?
Because he has to do it anyway.
Well, if he has to do it anyway, then why did they ask for it?
I'm happy to support your motion.
Yes, so with the one on screen, the one that is 1 bracket, submission of complete application, I'm good with that, which they have to do anyways.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, I'll put forward a motion to approve this application, subject to the condition that the applicant make a submission of a complete application for a permit to injure or remove a privately owned tree located within a ravine protected area, and or the submission of a complete application for a permit to place or dump, fill, or reuse, or, oh, you're scrolling now. as I'm reading. Can you go back? I'll put forward a motion to approve this application, subject to the condition number 1 noted in the Ravine and Natural Heritage Feature Protection memo attached on screen.
All right, do I have a second? Second by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? Opposed?
I'm just gonna, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Not totally comfortable with this, but I'm not opposed to it, so I'm just sitting this one out. I'm gonna sit it out. Can I sit it out? Am I allowed to sit out? Probably better that I vote. Okay, I'll vote in favor. Then it's unanimous.
All right, unanimous. Sir, you have your approval. How are we doing? Do we need 5? Yeah, we've got 5 items left. Let's take 5, and we will push through to the end. Time's 5:19. We'll resume at 5:25.
Some are with, like, tab within tab.
Nobody gave us enough to really go against it, so.
Dirk and this guy ran for a different position.
Yeah, that was my problem. Even though I wasn't so comfortable with the whole thing, I didn't have a reason to vote against it, and I voted against it. I didn't come back, and I didn't want to. It was beautiful. I was really thinking it was wonderful. We were all having trouble finding these things. I found it in the beginning, but I couldn't find it. Usually you put one of these on, it's like this door, and then there's this, but then there's some important things. And this one is quite important. It's really confusing. Because usually when it's this one, it's all part of it. Yeah, well, we both have the same, we both have to understand these things. Because it's like, I only had that one. I couldn't find the encroachment for this versus. You saw, I wasn't totally comfortable. Yeah. This is why we get a negative report like that from staff. The reason they're saying it is you didn't give us enough information. There's something behind it. You ask the question, I can't ask any question. Am I supposed to vote this down or defer it? It's not fair. Well, that's why I'd like to be able to ask them, why did you say this? What, are you, no, don't just give me some vague sentence like, there's something behind it, I'm not very comfortable with it. But you can't ask me a question, you're not giving evidence, and I got only one person giving evidence, and that's just bullshit. I don't have to, but if I have to not, if it's one or the other, I'm gonna go with them, because they've come here, they've given their evidence, and especially when your written report, everything I have online, written report is abbreviated. But I wasn't totally comfortable, because I couldn't see what they're saying. It's almost like, I'm trying to think of the saying, when people are so rich, and they spend so much money on it, they don't want to offend them, but we're not that comfortable. Well, I'm not that comfortable with food either, but that's not enough. built somewhat. And the front of the house still looks like heritage for the whole streets. That's what one is more than that. Yeah. You don't get. Yeah. The other thing I want application, so that's why like I went for the streets one, to just sort of see the comparison, and it's obscure. It's like, you guys are like, Russian oligarchs or something, you know, it's a weird situation, like, especially like some big wind comes by, it just goes by. Yeah, it's really like.
Google Map is obscure.
up and you get emails from zoning examiners, and I reread it, it's fine. They just want me, yeah, they're fine, they just want me to relabel. He comes to me and says there needs to be a common area. I said, there already is a common area. I said, where, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard. Yeah. Yeah. Do you want to take this? You want to? I need someone to, I got basically, I got my plan drawings done. I need someone to take it and tell me, like, you need to do this, and take it through OBC. It's not worth, like, in construction alone, like you said, if, you know, if I make one mistake, the plumbing or the, yeah, perfect, perfect. And that's all they do? Okay. I look for that in the cars, and I think, he starts bragging to me, no, you go to committee and you tell them this, and then you just add it later. I said, buddy, you know who you're talking to. Yeah, I know when I need help. I know when I'm, you know, for me to figure all that out now, it's not worth it. What's it called? NRI? L? Okay. See, you know this. I just need I need a straight up consult. I don't need them to do the drawings. Yeah. Yeah. No, the whole thing. The whole thing. And I'm happy to pay for it. How much longer do you think we will? I don't know, Mr. Schwartz. How many more comments do you have?
That's true. In fairness, if I
Are
didn't
you
make
kidding me?
If I didn't make the comments, you're the one that.
He just asked me how much longer he thinks we're gonna. We'll try to get through it. We'll try to get through it. I think we needed a break though after that one.
So
All right. Are you fucking kidding? I'm sorry. All right, everybody, welcome back. We're on item number 24, 45 Bennington Heights Drive. The purpose of this application is to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by adding a rear two-story and one-story addition, along with a canopy at the front elevation. We've got three variances before us. FSI, building height and lot coverage, on file material from the applicant, memo from Urban Forestry, and a few late form letters of support. We have our agent with us.
Mr. Chair, I'm here, Sarush Kalustian from HSK Design, 1800A Avenue Road, North York.
All right. Sir, I'm going to ask my colleagues whether or not they require a presentation. It appears not. So if it's all right with you, we can move into committee for a decision for you. But before I do that, I just confirm you are aware of the Urban Forestry memo. Have a condition
Yes,
number
yes,
two?
we are. We've actually got an arborist hired, and we're going to be getting that process going.
All right, all right. Okay, let's take this matter into committee. Yes, Mr. Bartolo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is a relatively straightforward application. Actually, I think it's quite tastefully done, and it's going to be a great project when completed. I don't have any issues with the numerical values of what's being proposed here, and therefore I'll put forward a motion to approve this application subject to the conditions of the Urban Forestry memo attached.
All right, second by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? That is unanimous. That is approved. Item number 25, 68 Devondale Avenue. The purpose of this application is to construct a residential triplex. We have a number of variances: lot coverage, building height, side main wall height, building length, front yard setback, platform encroachments into a front and rear yard setback, and side yard setback. On file material from the applicant, memo from Urban Forestry, and a late report from Community Planning. We have our agent, Mr. Romano, with us.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the panel. Franco Romano, Action Planning, 321 Lakeshore.
All right. Mr. Romano, I'm going to ask my colleagues whether or not they would like a presentation from you. We do have a question. Let's get to the question from Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Romano, the planning report mentions the fire escape to be used only for emergency purposes, and I'm not exactly sure what they're afraid of. In the elevations, it looks as though there's either a doorway or a very large window that leads to the fire escape. Can you clarify which it is and whether you've discussed that component with planning? I'm trying to get behind their recommendation.
It's drawn as a window.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that question through, Mr. Chair. The condition is satisfactory to my client because it is a secondary point of egress for each dwelling unit. It's not a primary point of entry because there is a central lobby towards the front right-hand side of the dwelling. So we're okay with that condition.
And the access to the emergency, is there an operable window or is there a door there? The floor plan, it looks like it's a window, and the elevations, it looks like it could be either.
That is correct, and I actually asked that question of the designer before I had a discussion with, before planning staff actually raised that question, and it is the bedroom window. Well, it appears as a window, but it'll be a doorway. It'll be able to be opened as a doorway.
So it's an operable window.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying.
And just before, you're welcome. But just before, like I'm happy to not have to do a presentation, but I am amending the application to remove the lot coverage variance. It's no longer necessary.
Okay. So let's just refer to public notice. Which variance? Number one?
First one. Yes,
okay.
please.
So we're going to remove the, just give me a moment here. Yeah, it is very close. Okay, so a modification to remove variance number 1. All right. Almost non-existent. Yeah. Any other questions? No? Okay, and it doesn't appear we need a presentation, so if it's all right with you, Mr. Romano, we can move into committee for a decision for you.
Yes, happy to do that. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, okay, let's go to committee. I just have Mr. Nitfield has a question.
I'm sorry, I should have asked this earlier. Can you call on the site plan, the parking and the driveway leading to the parking runs parallel to, I think, a walkway, which is then parallel to an adjacent home. Have you had any discussions with the adjacent homeowner at, I can't remember what number it is, about privacy concerns with the overlook of the parking? It's for number 70. I'm just wondering whether they've raised any concerns with you about that driveway and the parking. The driveway itself is adjacent to the house. I don't think that's a problem, but the parking presumably is visible from their rear yards unless I'm missing something from the plan.
Yes, thank you for that question. If staff can bring up the slide 1 on my presentation slides, please. Excellent, terrific. So on the, I am not aware that that neighbor at number 70, I believe it is 70 Devondale Avenue, has any concerns with the proposal, but I'm also not aware that my client has discussed that specific item with them. You will see that 70 Devondale on the left-hand side of this slide. It's an air photograph. They are oriented, a little bit like, what would that be? 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock on a conventional clock. So they would be oriented, their backyard orients towards the hydro corridor to the rear. So there's really no issue with that driveway and parking area in the back, which is adjacent to that hydro corridor as well. And you are correct, Mr. Newfoundland, that there is a walkway in between my client's property and number 70 Devondale to access that trail system, that Finch corridor trail system in the back.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Romano. Let's take this into committee. Yes, Ms. Marchiari?
Mr. Chair, I think I don't have any concern with this application, so I'm ready to make a motion if my colleagues don't have any further comment.
No.
So I'd like to make a motion to approve this application as amended. So variance number 1 to be eliminated, also subject to community planning conditions. So the building length shall be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan. And also the emergency stair cannot be used other than exiting. Also subject to urban forestry condition number 2.
All right, do I have a seconder? Mr. Schwartz, all in favor? It's unanimous. Application is approved. Okay, moving on. Item number 26. 44 Timberlane Drive. Purpose of the application is to construct a new detached dwelling. Just give me a moment. All right, variances for landscaping area, rear deck projection, driveway width, building length, building depth. Just having some technical issues here. And platform area at or above a second story. On file material from the applicant, email regarding correspondence with community planning, a memo from transportation, and a memo from urban forestry. We've got our agent in person. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Aaron Edwin. I am the agent and the designer for this proposal. Happy to go through the proposal with you. I have made a few...
Your address first, if you don't mind.
Oh, sorry. It's 285 Hillhurst Boulevard.
Yeah, and actually, is it my understanding there's some modifications to the variances?
Correct.
Let's start with that. We'll pull up the public notice and just take us through which of the variances you would like to change.
So, in consultation with planning staff, I have modified item 3, which affects item 1. So item 3 relates to the driveway width, and naturally the driveway width relates to the landscaping in the front.
All right.
So
with variance number, just take us through the changes. What numbers are we changing?
So number 3 is modified. I'm reducing the driveway width to 9 meters.
Okay.
Item 1 can actually be removed because by making the change to the driveway width, we've eliminated the necessity for a variance on front yard landscaping.
All right, very good.
And then item number 2, which pertains to the rear deck or terrace. It has been improved, but not enough to eliminate it.
All right, what is that improvement?
So it's basically the whole house is being dropped a little bit, which impacts the elevation of the rear deck from grade.
Okay.
So, but it doesn't bring it into compliance. So
what's the above grade? Right now, or on the notice, it says 1.56 meters.
yeah, I'm about 1.35.
1.35.
Yeah.
Okay. Same project.
Correct, yeah.
All right. Before we get in presentation, I'm going to ask my colleagues whether they require a full presentation from you. I've reviewed the material in advance. I don't have any concerns, but I would like to ask my colleagues whether or not they have any concerns or questions.
But I thought there's neighbors on this one. Yeah.
Right. Okay. All right, so actually I am going to ask for a presentation from you in that respect.
All right, so I'll just go through them one by one. I'll repeat items 1 and 3. So item 1 pertains to the front yard landscaping. We've improved or modified that and improved it. We've achieved we've achieved better than the required landscape requirement, so we're eliminating item number 1. Item number 2 is the rear deck that we've already spoke about. We are just above the 1.2 meter from grade allowable height, so we still need that variance. That said, both adjoining neighbors on the east and west side also have decks above that height, so it's in keeping with what's already there. Item 3, the driveway width, as I mentioned, after consulting with the planning staff, they advised to reduce the driveway width down to 9 meters. It's a 3-bay garage, so from the street, it starts off as 6 meters or less, and then as it approaches the garage, it flares out to 9 meters, so we can access all 3 bays of the garage. Items 4 and 5 relate to the depth and length, the building depth and length. The proposed new home is an improvement over the existing home's depth and length. The existing is 32 meters in depth and just over 30 meters, or 30.79 meters. I know on paper these sound enormous, and they are, but it's a very deep lot, and the adjacent property, their building depth is 34.5 meters, so we're slightly, we're about 4.5 meters smaller than the neighbor, and we're also an improvement over what the existing house is. Part of this is due to the house has a garage, an attached garage in front of the house, so it's pushing the front wall of the house back and naturally the rear wall of the house. We've gone from the existing 2-car garage to a 3-car garage, so we're pushing the face of the house back further than the existing home. With that said, the rear wall of the house is still closer to the front property line than the existing house. And item 6 is a rear balcony on the 2nd floor. The proposed rear balcony is 5.76 meters. Allowable is 4 square meters. This balcony is, again, similar to the neighboring property's 2nd floor balconies, although it's a little smaller. I don't have exact measurements of the neighbors, but just comparing to the photographs that I've taken on site, it's smaller, and it's behind a parapet, so it's partially screened. Not a privacy screen in mind, but the configuration of the house screens it to the east, view to the east, but to the west, it's open to the western neighbor. So that's my presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions? All right. You see on my speakers list, we do have 2 neighbors. Do we have either of them online? All right. Mr. Schwartz.
I have a couple of comments to make. Like, the proposal looks fine to me, but the planner never came around to discuss this before.
Mr. Chair, we need his
other.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Schwartz, for the record, I'm just going to cut you off there. Before you get going, can you just give us your name and address for the record, please?
Elliot Schwartz, 50 Timberlane Drive.
All right, and, okay, you're number 50. Okay, please proceed.
Okay, so it looks good. There's no problem that I see with it. You've kept the side boundaries within the existing building, so it won't look like a tunnel between the 2 houses, like some of the other proposals that we've had on our street has happened. But you never came around to the neighbors to see what we, to even give us an inkling that this was going to happen. And it would have been nice if you would have come around and talked to us like other developers have done in the past. So that's something for the future on your doing a development. Let's help the neighbors first before they get a notice from the city. The other thing is that with other developments on our street, the amount of mud that is tracked onto the street and not cleaned up has been really terrible. And I don't know if the planning committee can, say that you must keep the street clean. That's probably my only objection, is that we don't have the mud tracked from this construction and left there on the street so that every day we have to have our cars cleaned.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you for that submission. Any questions? All right. I believe we have another neighbor as well that would like to speak.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I spoke to Rich, and he says watching.
Okay, very good, very good. All right, I'm going to turn it back to the applicant to address some of the concerns that were raised by the neighbor.
Sure. My apologies, Mr. Elliott. I agree. We should have introduced ourselves and explained the project to you prior. I'm happy to, at this point, meet with you. And I agree. I find construction debris on the streets a nuisance, and I can assure you that I work for the builder. I help manage the projects, and we take pride in keeping the street clean and the neighbors as happy as possible, because we do realize it's a nuisance, and we hope that, you know, through referral, maybe we'll be building more houses on the street. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, very good. Any questions? All right, it looks like we're ready to take this into committee. Thank you. You can sit down. All right, let's take this into committee. Yes, Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any difficulties with the application as revised. I had some concerns with the the original driveway width, but the revisions are, in my view, quite acceptable.
Right.
And I do think that it fits in with the neighborhood and the community and clearly meets the four tests. So unless my colleagues have concerns otherwise, I'd like to propose a motion. And that is that the application be approved as revised with variance 1 removed, variance 2, was I correct? It's 1.37, I believe.
1.35.
1.35. And variance number 3, 9 meters. And also subject to the transportation conditions and forestry conditions 1 and 3.
I might ask, just regarding the length and depth, whether or not we need to tie that to site plan. I recognize it's a bit of a unique condition at this typology when you have the driveway sort of.
We could, and I don't have a difficulty with that, but we need to make sure that we pick the right plan. There's 2 site plans before us. So would it be I need the applicant's help. Is it the January 27th? Is that their most recent site plan?
Yeah, pull us out of committee. Just is any issue tying to site plan substantially in accordance with?
None at all, and you are correct. The January 27th site plan is
okay.
the latest.
So it's sheet 0, dated 01/27/2025.
Correct.
And that'd be related to variance number 4 and 5, the length and depth.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you for that friendly amendment.
Pardon? Oh, it's a proposed site plan and it's sheet number 0. And it's date 01/27/2025.
All right, thank you. All right, back into committee. We've got the motion by Mr. Nitfel, second by Mr. Bartolo. All in favor, that's unanimous. Your application is approved, sir. All right. Item number 27, 42 Blythe Hill Road. Purpose of the application is to construct a new detached dwelling with a rear deck and side entrance. Variances for building height, building length, depth, front yard setback, east and west side yard setbacks, lot coverage, stair width, side yard setback for a rear deck, and stair encroachment into a west side yard setback. On file material from the applicant, report from community planning, form letters of support from 11 Blanchard Road, 18, 19, 20, 21, 23, 24, 25, 29, 37, 38, 40, and 49 Blythe Hill Road, and a letter of concern from 43 Blythe Hill Road. All right, we have our agent or applicant with us. Mr. Pfeffer.
Jim Pfeffer at 95 St. Clair Avenue West here in Toronto, Ontario.
Your address in Toronto?
I'm
Oh, did you say?
95 St. Clair Avenue West, Toronto, Ontario, M4V1N6.
All right, thank you. Sir, I just want to ask, you've had a chance to review the report from community planning. It looks like they have some concern with variance number 9 and 10.
They do, and I'll speak to that in our presentation.
All right, very good. Okay, so let's get the clock up for Mr. Pfeffer. Floor is yours, sir.
Okay, well, I'm pleased to be presenting this application, which, aside from those two variances, does have the support of community planning. And as you read out, we do have support from 15 neighbors, which were received after the extensive outreach by these homeowners who are long-term residents of this very lot. So looking at this front rendering, I want to talk about heights. And you'll notice here that there's actually this very low eave line. And those two gables, both of those gables are well below the permitted 10-meter height. So the height variance is to the peak of the roof, which actually appears below those compliant gables that you see here from the street. And it is a peaked roof house. There's no flat roof section of the house below. And I'd just like to say that overall, I think the way we've done the massing of this house actually gives it a very human scale and really reduces any kind of, imposing nature of the height that we're seeking. On the next page, you can see those height measurements called out to the peaks of those gables. And I'd like to point out that largely this neighborhood was built under the old North York bylaw, which, as you know, took a midpoint height measurement. In measuring to the midpoint of this roof, we would be well below the permitted height under that old bylaw. And to put that in context, there's an image from the 35 Blythe Hill Committee Adjustment application in 2001. Didn't need a height variance, but it would today, measuring to the peak. There's 43 Blythe Hill, again from their, I think, year 2000 application. It did get a midpoint height variance, but measured to the peak, it would actually be significantly higher than the proposed house, based on the rendering that they were circulating at the time of their Committee of Adjustment application. On the next page, we've got the site plan, and I'll point out that dark blue dashed line, that's an as-of-right 16-meter length, 19-meter depth envelope. And as you can see, our back wall of our house is actually well inside of that as-of-right envelope. It's also back, the back of all of 40 Blythe Hill. Our main wall at the back is in line with the main wall at the back of 44 Blythe Hill, and our bump out is essentially the same as theirs. There's that deck. Now that deck has a basement below because the backyard is 2.5 meters below the front yard. So there's a basement underneath that deck. And that deck accordingly contributes to lot coverage. Without that deck, we would comply with the lot coverage for this area. And that deck also contributes to the length and depth variances we're seeking. On this site plan, you can also see the platform close to the west sideline that we need a side yard variance for, and the stairs. And I'll speak to that a little bit more in a little bit. But you can see that platform is really the landing for the stairs. And essentially, because the rear yard is so much lower than the front, it's kind of a natural thing to want to have side yard steps down to the rear yard. You can see on the other side, we don't have any steps at all, but just a ramp. The next slide, you can see the same image over the aerial photograph. You can see a really significant deck at 40 Blythe Hill. The next page, variances in the neighborhood. You can see 1.2 meter side yard setbacks prevalent in the setback and the variances in this area. The next page, you can see in the bottom left, that's 33 Blythe Hill. You can see they have steps right on the property line, a platform right on the property line, similar to what we're proposing, and 4 other houses that had similar things but didn't need a variance because it wasn't an issue at the time. On the next page, you can see where we're putting this platform, which is a landing, and the steps. The platform is going to be beside that blank sidewall of the neighboring house. The steps are going to be beside that 10-foot high fence at 40 Blythe Hill. And that neighbor is fully aware and fully supportive of what we're proposing to do. As a matter of fact, they said, why don't you just put it on the property line? Underneath that is a deteriorating wood retaining wall, which we're replacing, as we should, with new construction. And that's kind of the heart of it. On the next page, you can see some of these prevalent side yard setbacks, and then there's some more photos of the context and the rear yard context, which I'm happy to get into with any questions you might have.
All right, thank you. Any questions? All right. We did have another speaker that she's not able to be with us today, but I would like to pull up her letter of concern. This is the resident at 43 Blythe Hill Road. And I just want to provide an opportunity, Mr. Pfeffer, just if you'd like, to address some of the concerns from that neighbor. Oh, we do have her.
Yeah,
Would she like to? She'd like to speak then. Okay, let's get that neighbor on with us. If she can just give us her name and address, please.
Yes, my name's Christina Mora-Mangat, 43 Blythe Hill Road.
All right, thank you. And your submission, ma'am?
My submission is the email that I sent on January 30th. I think the email speaks for itself. It's on the screen now.
Yes, we do have it on the screen. Would you like to give any oral submission, or we've all reviewed the letter of objection. Should you wish to provide an oral submission to us, you may. Otherwise, I might ask my colleagues if they have any questions for you.
Sure. Just in general, I think the note speaks for itself. I don't think there's anything I need to highlight further than what's been stated. I did object to being felt threatened that I needed to sign off on the variances when Mr. and Mrs. Johnston visited me on January 16th. I didn't appreciate that. I understand there's always variances when there's buildings going on in Lawrence Park. However, the approach was not conducive to neighborly support. So I trust that the committee will make the right decisions based on all the inputs. I don't really have anything further to say other than what I've already stated.
All right, fair enough. At this time, I'm going to ask my colleagues have any questions for you. Mr. Nipfel?
No, I don't. I was going to suggest that when the applicant comes back on, that he maybe speak to this lady's number 2, which is the length, because he'd given an explanation about that earlier before she came online, and she perhaps didn't hear it.
Okay. All right. Okay, let's turn it back to Mr. Pfeffer.
Hello, I'm back here.
Welcome back.
Yeah, so just, you can reset the timer if you like. Just speaking to the letter in general, I was surprised because the owner of 43 Blythe Hill objected to all the variances and said, you know, why do we have bylaws at all? And I would point out to the committee that 43 Blythe Hill did receive a height variance of 9.48 meters to the midpoint under the old bylaw. And I measured the drawings that were circulated with her application at the time, and I measure it at 12 meters high to the peak. So it's a pretty substantial house, and that house actually got 0.91 meter side yard setbacks, which is actually the narrowest side yard setbacks that I saw in the committee history that I reviewed, And also she got a length variance of 19.03 meters back when it was 16.8 under the old bylaw. And also in her letter, she speaks to the general aesthetics of the home and the fact that this application doesn't suit the character of the neighborhood. And I both disagree, and I think that's not really a planning matter. So in terms of the length of the building, so the length variance we're seeking is to the back of that rear deck, as is the depth variance. But you can see our ground floor footprint is actually in line entirely with 40 Blythe Hill on the left. It's essentially, our main back wall is essentially in line with 44 Blythe Hill on the right, and the bump out there. And if you can actually go to, I think it's the second, or the, my page number 9, you can see the back of the existing house compared to the two houses on either side. And you can see actually how much further out than this house, those two houses go. Just a little bit further, page number 9. So a bit more, yeah, right there. So you can see, there you go, on the east and on the west, both of those houses really stick back beyond the existing house. And so this house, as you saw on our site plan, is basically coming forward to be in line with those two houses there. You can see the way the backyard drops down. And in the aerial photograph, you saw, how our rear deck is kind of comparable to the other rear decks that you see, immediately adjacent. So the overall building length, 19.6 meters, I guess, above the ground, which is pretty comparable to what the owner of 43 Blythe Hill got at committee herself back in 2000 and 2001. And I think it's absolutely in keeping with the neighboring houses and with the neighborhood as a whole. And it's actually the ground floor and second floor, as I pointed out, are well inside of the as of right back wall position. So I really think what we're doing is minor and in keeping. Thank you.
All right. Any questions? Mr. Schwartz.
I just wanted to confirm on the two staff recommendations, I think you may have addressed this, but the variance 9 and variance 10, what are you doing about those?
So variance 9 and variance 10 is for a side yard stair and a side yard platform, which is really a landing for that stair, which is slightly set back from the property line at 40 Blythe Hill. And the owner of 40 Blythe Hill submitted a letter of support. We talked about this with the owner of 40 Blythe Hill, and their question to us was, well, why don't you just build it right on the property line? Because on the property line right now, there's a retaining wall that's actually falling to bed, and the 40 Blythe Hill property is going to start caving in on this property unless new construction is constructed here. So as part of what we'd be doing anyways, we'd have to put a new retaining wall on the property line. You took a look at the images on the side lot line. The staff report specifically spoke to privacy concerns, but the platform, if you take a look at the site plan, is right next to the side wall of that house. And the stairs are right next to that 10-foot high fence that the owner of 40 Blythe Hill has. So there is no privacy concern. This type of thing was not that uncommon. You saw pictures of it at, I think, 33 Blythe Hill, something exactly similar to what we're creating. So as a matter of fact, I'd say we're less imposing. So we have support. I don't think it's impactful at all. I disagree with the staff in this case.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Schwartz? Okay, thank you, Mr. Pfeffer. Let's take this matter into committee. Mr. Bartolo?
I will kick it off there, Mr. Chair. In reviewing the application, I do believe what's being designed here is generally in keeping with the neighborhood. I accept the applicant's submissions with respect to the height as mentioned, and I agree with him in his assertions on items number 9 and 10. I don't think they're going to have an impactful effect on the neighborhood. I'm going to take him at his word a little bit that they've done the coordination with the neighbors, and given the the volume of letters, I think they've at least circulated and talked to them. So, in my opinion, I'm prepared to support this application as is.
Yeah, I generally, I don't have concern. I did actually, I mean, the staff report came in late, and actually I was very much in line with the staff's comments on 9 and 10. That was the only thing that I kind of flagged. The issue's a bit exacerbated by the fact that the elevation drops towards the rear, so that platform and that stair is elevated. I'm a little concerned to kind of take the submission that there's a 10-foot fence there. It sort of then requires that maybe that 10-foot fence be maintained, but it just seems, I don't really know what it's achieving. That stair is easily like tucked in. Just to build something of that height right on the property line is, I'm not sure it quite meets the test of desirable. Even with the neighbors' support, I think there's a public interest to kind of consider to allow these sorts of structures to be built right at the property line. But I wouldn't lose sleep over it, given the neighbor is in support of it.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the neighbor is in support of it. It's relatively narrow. It's tucked in. It's more of a utility access, so you don't have to be walking down the hill. I don't have an issue with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm still thinking about this, but I don't think that just because the fact that the neighbor isn't opposed to it makes our life easier, but it's not, if two neighbors get together and decide they're going to do any kind of fancy thing that they want, that doesn't make it acceptable under the Planning Act, right? People don't get to write their own Planning Act. The Planning Act is there. We have to apply a standard, even if neighbors agree to it. So it makes it easier for us, but we do have this staff report in front of us, and I don't think we can just say, well, the neighbors agree to it, that's good enough for us, right?
Yeah.
We can say that, but that's not what the Planning Act says.
Well, I mean, also consider down the road, that fence has to be replaced. Technically, you're not allowed to build a 10-foot fence in the city of Toronto without council approval.
Yeah.
And it's not to say that the neighbor next door might change over the years and be stuck with, that condition, which can turn into a bit of a more aggressive condition if that fence are to come down or whatever have you. I don't think by refusing variance 9 and 10, it really is impactful to the applicant. I think it's an easy adjustment to tuck that stair in, and I'm not really sure what it's facilitating, because really that extra space becomes a bit of it's just a corridor of that platform to get to the stair. So
Wait, there's no variance for this 10-foot fence, though.
No, it's there. It's an existing condition, but I just to rely on a existing fence, which that's 10 feet, is already pretty high. Should that fence ever come down or have to be replaced?
How does that affect the stair, though, if it comes down?
Well, then the stair there becomes some sight line, and I mean, just to think, if you're coming once you get off that platform and you start walking down the steps, you're right at the property line. You can look right down over the railing into the neighbors.
What if you come out the door and just walk down the hill?
It's at a much lower elevation. It's the fact that the elevation of the stairs are raised up as high as
they are. A little higher, I'll give you that.
Yeah. So, as I said, I wouldn't lose sleep over this one, given neighbor support. But I also think the applicants, the application really wouldn't have to change materially if those two variances were refused. I also take note that those were exactly the two comments I had in my review before the staff report came out, so I weigh on that a little more just because we have community planning staff also raising the same concern, but I will leave it, I'll leave it in your hands to see where it goes.
Well, how concerned are you, Joe, about that? Is there a friendly amendment if we accept the subject to the staff, even though we're not, we're, like, it's fine that the neighbor isn't objecting to it, but
Right.
in reality, these
Fine.
are kind of minor, and I'd rather, if we're gonna do minor changes, I'd rather err on the side of,
My
Staff.
logic on it is this, is while it is pretty much right up against the lot line, which is obviously in contravention, and that's why they need a variance, the impact is in this very isolated laneway side setback between the two houses. So in terms of broader community impact, it's nil in my opinion, right? It's really between two properties, both of whom are in agreement or aligned on their thinking. So my inclination is to allow it, but if it's the difference between this whole entire project passing or not passing, I will concede.
Oh, I don't, yeah, I'm prepared to support the rest of the variances.
well, maybe just, you know what we might do, just take a straw poll. Do we want these restrictions in, or do we want, and then the majority rules.
You want to try,
Why don't I second the motion?
yeah,
I'm
you,
going to second the motion.
do you want to put a motion?
Sure,
for-
I'll put forward a
see where it
formal
goes?
motion then. Mr. Chair, through you, I will put forward a motion to approve this application without condition.
All right, second by Mr. Nitfeld, all in favor? All right, opposed?
You're
Mr.
opposed?
Alice?
Yeah, I would have opposed it because I like the conditions.
Yeah, just on the, yeah, just on the.
Just on the
design.
condition.
Fair enough.
I would have the condition, otherwise I don't have any.
Okay, so, Mr. Allison and Mr. Schwartz oppose, but the motion passes, the application is approved.
Yeah, I mean, I would have supported it, subject to those conditions. I wouldn't have turned it down.
Yeah, I agree with you, I'm there, it just,
No condition.
without condition.
Condition, yeah.
All right. All right,
We're going to close 6:23.
you got one more item?
Yeah.
All right, item number 28, last item of the day, 26, how do you pronounce this? DENEWOOD Crescent. All right, purpose of the application to construct DENEWOOD. Well, I'm gonna ask the agent. The purpose of the application to construct a new two-story detached dwelling, variances for stair width, lot coverage, side main wall height, and west side yard setback. On file, material from the applicant, memo from urban forestry, and a report from community planning. We have our agent with us.
I'm here, yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All
I
right.
am Alexander Overholt. I'm calling from 1140 the Queensway on behalf of Contempla Studio. I know we are the last application of the day. I do thank you for your time. I do hope I can explain our proposal in a timely manner so we all can go home to our families.
All right, I am going to ask for a presentation. I just want to confirm with staff, our other speaker is online with us? Okay. Mr. Overholt, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. This application here at 26 DENEWOOD Crescent, we are proposing a two-story dwelling, single family, with a subterranean garage. Yes, that is a presentation. Thank you for providing that. Prior to myself listing the 4 variances we are pursuing, I would like to make it known that we have discussed our application in great detail with the planning department and have obtained their support for this application. The support is illustrated within their positive staff report that was issued on January 30th. And I would like to state for the record that I'm aware of the condition of approval that was set within the report, and I am happy and I see no issue to have that condition enforced. I will now go forth to list the 4 variances we are pursuing. The first variance being the pedestrian width variance. What is allowed by the zoning bylaw states that stairs can be no wider than 2 meters. We are pursuing a width of 3.15 meters wide. As you can see based off the diagram in front of you, we are showcasing the comparison of the 3.15 meter stair width in relation to the entirety of the building width. In discussing with planning department, because our pedestrian entrance is low to the grade, and our second step after the large step is only 2.55 meters in width, the planning department did not believe that the massing of this was of any concern. The second variance we are pursuing is a lot coverage variance. What is allowed is 30%. We are pursuing a 34.4%. In speaking with the planning department, it was noted that the structure adjacent to us at 28 DENEWOOD Crescent was previously approved for a similar lot coverage variance where they asked for 34.05%. I do believe that in relation to our application, the lot coverage variance is of quite similar nature. Additionally, if you look at slide number 4 within the attached presentation, you can see additional examples of previous Committee of Adjustment applications in the local area that were approved for lot coverage variances that are similar or greater to ours as well. As per this diagram you do have in front of us, I would like to note that the area illustrated in red is the building footprint on the grade, and that equates to 31%. The additional percentage that we are moving forward with trying to have approved relates to the second floor cantilever and the rear excavated porch as well. The third variance that we are looking to have relief from relates to the main wall height. If you relate to page 6 in the showcased presentation, you'll see a lovely document and diagram illustrating our main wall height variance. Page 6, I believe, yes. Our main wall height variance is asking relief from 0.77 meters. What is allowed is a height of 7.5 meters, and we're proposing 8.27. I do believe that this is a technical variance as relates to the architectural style of the roof. We are pursuing an inset mansard roof here, which the goal is to conceal the eaves troughs and the gutters. In review of the previous minor variances approved in this area, if you look at page number 6 in the attached document, there are many other similar applications that were approved for main wall height greater than ours. In discussion with planning, because there is no main building height variance, and then we comply with the main building height, they do believe that our main wall height is of technical nature and the proposed massing is of no concern to them. Finally, the last variance we are pursuing, which is the side yard setback variance, which can be seen on page number 9 of the attached document. We are asking for a side yard setback of 2.14 meters where 2.4 meters is allowed. This wonderful diagram you've just pulled up, thank you, shows how the right property line is skewed and narrows drastically towards the rear. As you can see in the text that is highlighted in red right there, that is the encroachment that we are looking to pursue today. I do want to bring attention that there is a letter of concern from the immediate neighbor.
All right, I'm going to ask you to wrap it up shortly. Just approaching the 5 minutes.
No problem. I'm happy to answer any questions moving forward.
Yeah, we'll have some questions, and I believe we do have another speaker, and you will have another chance to respond. So actually, at this time, are there any questions?
No, very clear.
Okay. All right, we do have another speaker. Mr. Gordon.
Hear me.
Hello, we can hear you. Your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Jacob Gordon, and I am the neighbor at 28 DENEWOOD Crescent, Don Mills, Ontario, M3B1M5. First of all, I would like to thank the committee for giving me an opportunity to speak today. And I want to start by saying that we are a very long-term neighbor in the community. We have lived on our property for about 40 years, since 1987, and we enjoyed the community, and we hope that our neighbor at 26 DENEWOOD Crescent will enjoy it with his new house as well. I started the letter that I have submitted with, in the first sentence, with the statement that we do not object to any of the 4 minor variances that are in front of the committee. So the purpose of our letter was not to outline any objections to the minor variances. But when I have reviewed the plans as a professional engineer, I came across 3 particular items that I have outlined in the letter that I think it's very, very important to bring them to the attention of the committee and to the attention of the planners and to the attention of the staff, because there is serious potential risks associated with 2 of those items. I also want to state that we did not have any previous communication with the neighbor or with the architect that designed it. We did have communications once that we received the letter very late with the zoning examiner, and we had some exchange of information with her to verify a few things. But if you can kindly put the site plan on the screen, I'll just take 1 or 2 minutes to express to you our concern, and I would love to leave it to the decision of the committee to decide if you want the staff to take a look at that and re-examine those dangers, or if you are satisfied based on your experience and proceed with approval. This is strictly up to you. My role is just to outline to you the potential hazards that might happen. And could you kindly put the site plan on? And let me just, until that you do that, let me just say that my great concern is with the subterranean garage that is protruding into the front yard. I was speaking with the examiner, and I know that since this garage is an integral part of the building, and since that setbacks for the building are applicable above grade, this building meets the zoning bylaw, because above grade they are 9 meters. But if you take a look very, very carefully, you will see that this massive subterranean garage protrudes forward about 5.8 meters into the front yard. As a matter of fact, below grade, the setback, the front setback, it's only 3.08 to 3.25 meters instead of 9. And also, in terms of its size, the subterranean garage, which is going to be a massive concrete structure, is about 7.01 meter wide, 6.69 meter long, and 3.06 meter in depth.
Yeah. Sir, just be mindful of the time, please.
Yes. Okay. So my concern is that because of its size and because of its location, it will pose one danger in terms of all of the ground water flows and drainage around the
Mr. Chair, he
building.
may not be able to see the time, so you have to
Yeah.
tell him.
You're,
he's
you're
calling
just
it.
approaching your time. If you can just wrap it up with final
Can I
words, we may
just
have
say
questions
two
as well.
sentences? That this subterranean garage, right, will cause extra flooding damage to the basement of our property because of the huge water flows that are coming from the north to south direction and from the east to west direction. And in addition, it will damage the root of tree number one, private tree number one during construction. You can see that they are almost at the same line.
Okay. All right. I'm going to
The
have to
last
cut
thing
you off
that I want to say, with your permission,
very quick.
is
You're already a minute over, sir.
the last thing that I want to say, with your permission, is that we are requesting from the neighbor to replace the privacy hedge either with other privacy screen or with a new privacy edge, because this privacy edge existed for 17 years and served our enjoyment, and it separates the two walkways on the west side of the said property. Thank you very much for your time. Everything is in my letter.
All right. Yes. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Any questions? Okay. No questions. All right. I'm going to turn it back to the agent, and I'm going to give you the opportunity to address only those concerns that were raised by the neighbor.
Thank you. Mr. Gordon, I appreciate you taking the time today to speak to us and for you to submit your concerns. I'm happy to address the three concerns you brought forward. The first one being the presence of the underground subterranean garage. You have concerns with the mitigation of underground water flow directions. I would like to state that regardless if the extrusion in the front yard was present or not, any new construction that has a brand new foundation system with a usable basement will move forward into capturing the same objective. In moving forward with discussing a proposal with the building department, there will be the need to develop a stamped engineered stormwater engineering drawing, right, from a civil engineer. That is part of the process in obtaining the building department, and we will work diligently with the respective engineer in order to come up with a design that meets not only the expectations of the building department, but the expectations of yourself as well. Regarding the injury to tree number one in the front yard, we do have an arborist who has presented a report, and this arborist, as per his due diligence as a professional, will be on site during the excavation of any area that is in close sensitivity to any tree root system. So if there is any concern regarding the damage to the roots, I do believe the arborist will take it upon himself to ensure that the team that is completing the excavation will reduce the severity of any damage at all. And third, regarding this privacy hedge alongside the right side of the property, I spoke to the neighbor, our client, today about this. He would like to make the record that there is a large portion of the privacy hedge that does sit completely within his property. He does need to move forward with building a fence in order to have a proper fence for the eventual pool bylaw submission. He did like to note that any portion of the hedge that is on your land, he is more than happy to preserve and keep moving forward. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Mr. Nipville.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you walk me through how the garage works? Is it in fact, does it provide parking for 6 cars? Am I correct? On the grade level, you
scroll
drive
down
in
to
and
the,
you go on an elevator and you can go down. And then there's space for 4 cars on the lower level, right?
precisely, sir. That is correct.
So you have to do some pretty fancy maneuvering, but you can get 4 cars in there. And then,
We did the analysis ourselves. It might require a 3-point turn here and there, depending on the vehicle, but it is feasible, yes.
okay, and then you bring the elevator back up and you've got 2 cars on the top.
Yes, if that is correct. Well, if you scroll down actually to the first floor plan,
Yeah, one would be.
yes, we have yes, that's the
So
basement.
there's one beside
right?
the elevator and one on the elevator.
Yes, precisely. The elevator would act as a parking spot as well. It is a large family with multiple cars, and in today's time, with the ever-growing fear of car theft, they thought that they could move forward with a subterranean garage would benefit the security of their cars.
Okay, and you can't get 4 in the basement, right? Because the elevator has to stay operational. So you could get 3 in the basement.
Precisely.
And 2 on the main level.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
that is correct. You're welcome. Thank you.
Quite a high door, but you can't really do anything about that, the garage door. Any other questions? All right, let's take this matter into committee. Mr. Schwartz.
Well, I'm going to bring a motion to approve it, subject to the staff condition that it be subject to site plan. I don't think, are there any other, is there a forestry?
So urban forestry number 2.
And subject to urban forestry number 2, what else? Any other, I don't think there's any other staff.
Nope.
And it's the reason I'm bringing this is like, I've heard that, I'm sort of adopting this area. It is Don Mills, and I know the area pretty well too. And I think they've done a good job here. I think it fits in with what's going on in this area. It was always sort of a larger, late-built Don Mills area, sort of where Winfield Farms used to be. And it's not that far from the post road, as was said in the letter from their neighbor. So it's very close to a very, it is prestigious in itself, but it's very close to one of the top areas in the city. I think it can support this kind of building. I think staff have indicated a positive approach to this. And the only real thing that we have to deal with is the neighbor's comments. And I think in this case, and the neighbor could be right, but I'm suspecting the neighbor is just overly concerned, and I wouldn't want to hold up a project like this that's going to add a lot of value to the neighborhood over a speculative concern. Although the neighbor is an engineer, they're not qualified as an expert. They haven't presented themselves as an expert. They haven't gone out and paid for a separate expert report. And even then, it would be speculative too, because you can't say that this kind of garage is going to cause any more damage than just a regular basement would cause. So for those reasons, and given what the applicant has said about working to ensure that this is done respectfully, I think there's good reasons why he might want to do that for the benefit of his client as well. So I think all things point to an approval subject to those conditions, and so I'm prepared to make a motion for that.
All right. Yes, Mr. Nipfel.
I'm happy to second the motion, but could we clarify that the site plan we're referring to is drawing A1 dated October 2024? I know there's one attached to the planning report. I'm assuming that's this one.
Yeah, I would, I might defer to the community planning staff report and
How do you identify
and
that?
tie that substantially in accordance with to the site plan. I might also note that that relates specifically to the west side yard setback variance.
Exactly, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, and we've got our forestry, standard forestry condition. Okay, so Mr. Schwartz, that's your motion?
The motion is seconded by
Yes, Mr.
Mr.
Nipville,
Nipville.
second. All in favor? All right, that's unanimous. Thank you, everybody. The time is now 6:45. We need a motion to adjourn. Motion by Mr. Nipfel, second by, no. Mr. Schwartz, anything else? You gonna second that? All right, Mr. Bartolo, all in favor? All right, unanimous. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. You're staying here.
Enough for the choice, and that we go beyond